Hello, welcome. If you enjoy these stories and want to support my work, we have an exclusive subscriber-only group and bonus episodes where I read classic books and true stories at length. Feel free to join on Facebook or Patreon. It's a small way to contribute. I mean, no pressure, only if you want to. Link in the description. There's a mind that gets active at midnight. You know the one. It endlessly thinks about the things you can't control. It replays the past and the future over and over. And it asks the big, cold questions in the dark. What any of it means, and who you even are. That mind is why you're awake right now. So here is a strange thing. For 2,000 years, two ways of navigating life came to the same conclusions from opposite ends of the earth. They never crossed paths or met. They disagreed about almost everything, about God, about the self, even about whether logic helps you at all. And yet, for the deepest life questions, they arrived separately at the very same answer. Two paths up opposite faces of the same mountain. We will walk both of them tonight together to answer the question. What was the answer they both found? Because this is not a history tour, what you're about to hear is closer to a set of instructions left behind by people who were tested far harder than most of us will ever be. One of these two schools will teach you to close your hand, to grip, to hold your ground, to keep faith. The other will teach you to open it, to let go, to stop clutching, to release. And by the end of tonight, you'll understand why you need both. And when you finally learn how, your life will transform and you will have everything you will ever need. Let's climb the mountain together. Welcome, Nightlings. This is Huxley. If you like listening or falling asleep to real stories that will reveal life's deeper truths, then this is the place for you. Consider subscribing and let the next story find you when you need it most. Now, before we begin, we are closing in on 5,000 followers. It's not much, I know, but it's progress. And it is entirely because of you. We need your help for this last little stretch. So, if this fireside of ours has ever eased a hard night for you, share a favorite episode with a friend who could use slower evenings. Check that you've rated the show. And leave a comment. Where you're listening from, or a story from history that you love. Because those small signals, quiet as they are, tell the algorithm to carry this podcast out to more people like you. The gentle, the curious, the ones still awake. There, that's done. Now, let me turn the lights down and let's begin. Japan. The early 1700s. A village sitting in the long shadow of Mount Fuji, and a small temple at the edge of it. In that temple lives a monk. The whole province calls a living saint, or so the story goes. One morning, at dawn, there is shouting at the temple gate. A family has come. The food seller, his wife and their teenage daughter, and there in the daughter's arms, a newborn baby. The father is roaring, the mother is weeping, and the accusation, when it comes, is thrown down in front of the whole gathering village, so that everyone hears it at once. The child is yours. The girl has named the monk. She has said, in front of everybody, that this revered old man is the father of her baby. And in a single sentence spoken in the daylight, everything he is begins to come apart. His name, his teaching, a whole life of trust undone in the time it takes to point a finger. The village goes quiet. They wait for the denial, because this is the moment any innocent man fights, raises his voice, demands proof, names the real culprit. Every one of us knows exactly what the body wants to do here. Defend yourself, now, loudly, to everyone. The monk looks at the child, and he says 3 words. Is that so? And then he reaches out, and he takes the baby into his own arms. No defense, no anger, nothing else at all. And that's where I have to stop and leave you with the question that's already forming in you. Why would a man accept total ruin? A lie that destroys everything he is, without one single word to save himself. I'll tell you now what it is not. It is not weakness, and it isn't simply holiness either. It's a kind of strength most of us have never once been shown. And it happens to be the exact place where tonight's 2 trails first touch. We'll come back to this gate, I promise. Hold one more image before we go. 2 climbers in the dark, setting out on opposite faces of the same mountain. Neither one can see the other yet. Keep them in the corner of your eye. We begin with 2 men who had no business ever being in the same room. It's the early 1600s. Japan is finally exhaling after 100 years of civil war. The great Tokugawa peace settling over the land like snow. And in the new capital, in the shadow of the shogun's castle, lives a man whose entire profession is violence held on a leash. His name is Yagyu Munenori. He is the sword instructor to the shoguns themselves. The man who teaches the most powerful family in Japan how to kill and how not to be killed. He is the head of his own school of the blade. His whole life is lethal tension. The split second, the read of an enemy's eyes, the cut that lands a breath before the other man's. And understand the pressure this man lives inside, because it matters for what comes. He does not just fight. He stands at the shoulder of the ruler of the country, and one wrong read, one misjudged word in that court, one flicker of the wrong instinct. And it isn't only his life that's forfeit, it's his family's name and his whole school. He is a man whose profession is to never, ever be caught flat-footed. Which is exactly the man you'd expect to have no use whatsoever for a wandering monk's opinions. And into this man's life comes the least likely correspondent imaginable, a monk. His name is Takuan Soho, Rinzai Zen, the fierce, blunt, laughing branch of it. And he is no minor hermit. Young, he'd been made abbot of Daitokuji, one of the great temples of the land. He owns almost nothing, and bows to no shogun, and yet emperors and warlords both know his name. He knows exile too. A few years before our story, the shogunate had reached into the temples and started deciding itself who got to wear the highest purple robes of office, stripping the honor from monks the emperor had granted it to. It was a naked grab. Who really rules the holy places, the throne or the sword? And Takuan, almost alone, stood up and said, in writing, that the warlords had overstepped. For that, they banished him, sent him off to the cold north of the country for years. And here's the tell of the man. In exile, he didn't sulk, he wrote. Some of his finest work came out of that punishment, including, as it happens, the very treatise on the sword we're about to open. Eventually, he was pardoned. And the strange, lovely detail is who helped smooth his path back into favor. The swordsman. The same Yagyu Munenori. So the killer and the monk did not fall into friendship easily. They circled each other first, the warrior wary of the priest's tongue, the priest unimpressed by the warrior's rank, a wariness that slowly, over letters and years, curdled into something closer to fascination. Each had found in the other the one man who could not be intimidated, and this monk, who has never held a sword in a real fight in his life, sits down to write the greatest swordsman in Japan a letter. Not to flatter him, to correct him, to tell him in plain words that everything his art rests on is built on a mistake. Imagine the nerve of it. A man with no weapon, grading the shogun's own fencing master like a schoolboy's homework. And here is the part that should stop you. He was right. Because what Takuan tells Munenori is this: it is not your hand that will get you killed. It is not your speed, or your footwork, or your years of training. It is your mind. And unless you understand what your own mind keeps doing to you at the worst possible moment, all the skill in the world will not save your life. Here is the heart of what the monk wrote. And I want you to notice, as I say it, how little it has to do with swords. The untrained mind, Takuan says, stops, it fixes, it snags. Your opponent lifts his blade, and your whole mind rushes to that blade and sticks there, caught on it like cloth on a nail. And in the half-second your mind is stuck on his sword, you have stopped seeing everything else. His feet, his shoulder, the opening. You froze. Not your body, your attention. And in a real fight, that freeze is where you die. He had a word for the free mind, the trained one. Mushin. It means roughly no mind, but don't let that fool you into thinking it's blank or empty or asleep. It's the opposite. It's a mind that flows like water, that meets each thing as it comes and then lets it go completely, that never lets any single object, the sword, the fear, the wish to win, the terror of dying, seize the whole of it. It stops nowhere, so it's everywhere. He called it, elsewhere, the immovable mind. And that's a lovely paradox, isn't it? Immovable not because it's rigid, but because it sticks to nothing. So there's nothing in it to knock over. He gave Munenori pictures for it. Water, of course, always flowing, filling any shape, held by nothing. And light, the way a single flame will light a whole room at once, not choosing one corner to shine on and neglecting the rest. That's the mind he wanted the swordsman to have. Not one that darts to the threat and locks on. One that stays open to the whole room, so that when the cut comes from anywhere, it's already met. Now, you are not a swordsman, neither am I. So why does this land, because you know that snag intimately. You've felt your whole mind rush to one thing and stick there. The dreaded email you can't stop rereading. The argument you keep refighting in the shower 3 days later. The one cruel thing someone said at a dinner 2 weeks ago that your mind returns to and returns to and returns to. That is the stopping mind. That's the blade you froze on. And Takuan is telling you, across 400 years, that the problem was never the email, or the argument, or the insult. The problem is that your mind stopped there and would not flow on. You got cut, not by the thing, but by your own attention nailing itself to it. And notice, he isn't telling the swordsman to feel nothing. Fear can pass through you. Anger can pass through you. Water isn't afraid of the stone. It just doesn't stay. What kills you is the staying. That's the whole teaching, from a monk to a killer, dressed up in swords. And here's the thing that took my breath away the first time I really sat with it. 1,000 years before Takuan, and half a world away, in Rome of all places, a lame former slave had told his students almost exactly the same thing. His name was Epictetus, and he taught a discipline he sometimes described as testing your impressions. Here's what he meant. Something happens. An impression arrives. Somebody's tone, a piece of news, a look on a face, a thought that floats up out of nowhere, and the untrained soul is swept away by it instantly, hauled off its feet before it even knows what's happening. The insult lands, and you're already furious. The worry arrives, and you're already 3 towns down the road of catastrophe. Swept. So Epictetus trained his students to do one small, radical thing in the gap. When the impression comes rushing at you, you don't obey it and you don't run from it. You stop it at the threshold and you speak to it. He'd have his students actually say it, almost like a charm. Wait for me a little. Let me see what you are and what you're a picture of. Let me test you. Because most of what sweeps us away, once you actually hold it up to the light, turns out to have smuggled in a lie. A should, a must, a this is unbearable that simply isn't true. The impression says the sky is falling. You make it wait. You look, and the sky is right where it was. That pause, that tiny act of not being dragged, is the whole of it. A free man, Epictetus said, is not one who has no impressions. It's one who isn't yanked around by them. Now, set the 2 instructions down side by side, here on this ledge, and look at them. The monk says, don't let the impression stop you. The Roman says, don't let the impression move you. One trains you not to snag, the other trains you not to be swept. And they are standing on the very same ledge, a mind that stays free in the half-second when everything in you wants to lose control. 2 climbers, 2 faces of the mountain, and here, for the first time, close enough to see each other across the gap. I felt that as a genuine shock, the first time, that a Zen monk arming a samurai and a crippled slave teaching Roman gentlemen had independently found the same narrow ledge. But, and I have to be honest with you, because the honesty is the whole point, right here is where the 2 trails part. And the parting matters. Because How do you free the mind? The Roman says, you think, you examine, you reason with the impression, you interrogate it, you correct the false judgment hiding inside it, and reason sets you free. Thinking done well is the path. And the monk would shake his head. Because for him, the thinking is the snag. All that examining and interrogating, that's just one more thing for the mind to stop on. His path goes underneath thought entirely, into something quicker than reasoning. Don't think better, he'd say. Stop needing to think at all. I'm not going to pretend those are the same. They're not. One says the mind is the tool, the other says the mind is the trap. Hold both. We're going to keep meeting that fork all night. Now watch what happened to the swordsman. Munenori took the monk's letter, and it changed him. He went on to write his own book about the art of the blade, passing Takuan's teaching down through his own school. The sword and the emptiness now braided into one lineage. And the strangest thing is what he concluded. He decided that the highest form of his lethal art was the sword you never have to draw. He drew a line between two swords and gave them names. There's the death-dealing sword, the one that cuts a man down. And there's what he called the life-giving sword, the one whose mastery is so complete that it ends the conflict before a single blow, that reads the fight before it starts and disarms it, that spares, that orders, that protects. A blade so good it keeps its edge sheathed. The perfected sword, he said, is not the one that kills best. It's the one that gives life. Sit with that. The most dangerous man in Japan spent a lifetime of training and arrived at the end of it at restraint. The strength was real. That's what made the gentleness mean anything. A soft man choosing not to fight is just soft. A man who could kill you in a heartbeat, choosing not to, that's something else entirely. That's power with a governor on it. Which, by the way, is exactly what the Romans meant when they said virtue must rule your strength, or your strength will rule you. And here, feel this in your own hand for a second, here is where these two men, the monk and the swordsman, teach the same thing with the body. A swordsman's grip cannot be a fist. Clench the handle with all your strength. Squeeze it white knuckle tight, and the blade goes dead in your hand. Stiff, slow, snagged. The living grip is firm and loose at the same time. Strong enough to strike. Open enough to flow. Close your hand all the way, and you've killed the very thing you're holding. That's the whole night, right there, in a single hand. Firm enough to act. Open enough to let go. We'll be turning that hand over and over until the very end. As for the monk, Takuan lived out his years as a trusted advisor, pardoned, honored, right at the center of the power he'd once defied. And the story goes that when death came for him, his students gathered close, waiting for the great master's final words. He took up a brush, and he wrote one character, just one. The character for dream. Then he set the brush down, and he was gone. No summing up. No last teaching to grip. The man who'd spent his life telling a swordsman to fix his mind on nothing fixed his own at the end on nothing at all. Just dream and let it go. And here's the part that's actually for you tonight lying there. You carry a life-giving sword too. You do. It's every sharp reply you could send and don't. Every argument you could win and decide not to have. Think of the last time someone wronged you, and you felt the whole clever, cutting response rise up your throat, fully loaded, ready, and some steadier part of you kept it sheathed. That restraint didn't come from weakness. It came from strength with a hand on its own shoulder. That's the Katsujinken, the life-giving blade in an ordinary living room, the power you very much have, deliberately not used. The unsent message is sometimes the most disciplined thing a person does all day. So what do you actually take from a Zen monk and a shogun's fencing master? This. Your reactivity, your temper, the doom scroll at midnight, the reply you fire off and regret, the grudge you keep polishing like a stone. All of it is the stopping mind, the snag, the frozen attention, the fist clenched so tight the blade won't move. The skill they're both pointing at is the unsnagged mind, the grip that can open. This was a fusion practiced in a castle, in a time of peace by men who chose it. Next, the same fusion, tested in the worst place on earth, by a man who did not choose it at all. In 1965, a fighter pilot fell out of the sky, and as he fell, he reached not for a weapon, but for a book he had memorized. A few years earlier, and a whole world away, that same pilot had been a graduate student at Stanford. Picture him. A confident man in his late 30s, fast, competitive, at the very top of his profession. A Navy flyer, a man of engines and instruments and split-second physical mastery, sent to study for a couple of quiet years among the philosophers. You can imagine how much of a stretch it was for him at first. A cockpit man in a room full of abstractions. And there, one of those philosophers, a professor named Philip Rhinelander, took a liking to him and did him a small kindness that would turn out to be the single most important thing that ever happened to him. When their time together was ending, Rhinelander reached over and pressed a little book into the pilot's hands. An ancient handbook. Barely more than a pamphlet written by a Greek named Epictetus, the same lame slave we just met on the ledge. Here, the professor more or less said. I think you, of all people, are going to need this one. The pilot's name was James Stockdale, and he took the little book and he read it. This handbook for living written by a man who had been another man's property. And something in it stuck. He didn't fully know why yet. There was just a strange resonance, a hum, as if the old slave were talking directly to a modern fighter pilot across 2,000 years. He filed it away. A curiosity. A souvenir from his time among the thinkers. He would find out exactly why he needed it. And he would find out at 400 knots, upside down, on fire. Then, one day in September of 1965, He was flying over North Vietnam, and his aircraft was hit. And here is the moment Stockdale himself told again and again for the rest of his life. As his plane rolled and burned, and he punched out into the sky over an enemy village in those last few seconds of free fall. The seconds before everything he knew ended, he says he spoke to himself. He said, "I am leaving the world of technology, and I am entering the world of Epictetus." He was floating down by parachute into 7.5 years of hell. And the last free thought he had on the way down was about a dead Greek slave. They broke his leg on the way to capture. That's how it began. And I'll spare you the rest, because the point was never the pain. The point was the purpose behind it. Because his captors didn't mainly want information from him. They wanted to break him, and then to use him. A senior officer cleaned up and paraded, saying the words they put in his mouth. That was the war being fought inside that prison. Not for his body, for his consent. Now, that old slave, Epictetus, why would his handbook be the thing that saved a modern fighter pilot? Here's the poetry of it. Epictetus knew captivity from the inside. He'd been born a slave, and the tradition even holds. Though I'll be honest, the ancients disagree. Some say his lameness came from a master who broke his leg, and others say it was only illness, a plain rheumatism. Either way, this was a man who had built an entire philosophy out of having almost no control over his own body, which made him the perfect teacher for a man in leg irons. And what the handbook says at its core is one clean, brutal line you could tap on a wall. Some things are up to us, and some things are not. Your body, not fully up to you. Your health, your freedom, your reputation, the years they can steal from you, not up to you. But your judgments, your choices, what you will and won't consent to. That, and Epictetus is absolutely unyielding on this. That is yours, and no one can take it without your handing it over. So that is what Stockdale did with it. He turned a slave's handbook into a prison doctrine, because he wasn't only trying to save himself. As the senior American officer in that camp, dozens of other men were, in a sense, his to hold together, and they were being taken apart one at a time, in isolation, each man alone in the dark, and told that everyone else had already given in. So, Stockdale organized their minds. He and the others built a secret language, a code tapped through the walls, knuckle on stone, a whole alphabet in taps, so that a man in solitary could hear, faintly through cold concrete, that he was not alone, that the man in the next cell knew he was there and was still holding on too. They passed news that way. They passed jokes. They passed the rules of resistance, tap by patient tap. And the doctrine that ran through those walls was, at its root, the slave's one clean line. They can have your body. They can have your years, your comfort, your health, your name in the newspapers back home. Your assent they cannot have unless you hand it to them. So don't hand it over. Hold the line exactly there, at the border of what you will consent to. and no matter what they do to the rest, they have not actually won. And I want you to feel how long he had to hold that line, because this is not a story about one bad night. It's 7.5 years. Think about that against your own worst week. Years of it. Long stretches locked alone in a small cell with nothing but his own mind for company. And a mind alone in the dark for years can become the cruelest cellmate of all. Years with his legs in irons. The slow grind of it. The way the calendar itself becomes a kind of torturer. One indistinguishable day laid on top of another with no promised end. Anyone can be brave for an afternoon. What Epictetus gave him was a way to be a free man on day 2000, when bravery has long since burned off, and all that's left is the plain daily decision of what you will and will not become. I find something almost unbearably moving in that. A wall. A code tapped in the dark. Men keeping each other's souls intact one knuckle rap at a time. And underneath it all, an old slave's voice, 2,000 years old, keeping a room full of broken-bodied men from disappearing inside themselves. And then they told Stockdale he was going to be cleaned up and filmed and paraded in front of the world as a happy, well-treated guest. And what he did next is the hardest thing in this whole story. I'm going to tell you what he did plainly, and then I'm going to step away from it, because the man deserves his dignity, and you don't need the details to feel the weight. Rather than let his face be used as a lie against his own men, Stockdale hurt himself. Deliberately. He made himself unusable for their cameras, disfigured himself so that the propaganda film they wanted could not be made. And later, when he learned that other men were being tortured for information he was protecting, he sent his captors a message in the only language they'd left him. An act against his own body that told them, past any doubt, that he would die before he would break, that he was not a lever they could pull. I'll leave the scene there. What matters is what happened after. The torture of the senior prisoners eased, because the men running that prison finally understood they had lost their hold on him. There was no threat left that worked. He had taken the one thing they thought was theirs. The fear of what they could do to him, and he had set it down. That is the dichotomy of control walked all the way to its terrible edge. They controlled everything about his life. The food, the light, the pain, the years, everything. Except the one thing he would consent to. And when he understood that they were counting on his desire to stay alive and whole, he took even that away from them, and in doing so, he took away their last lever. You cannot threaten a man with destruction when he has shown you he'll reach the destruction himself before he'll break. There was suddenly nothing left to bargain with. And so quietly the pressure came off the other men too. His wife, Sybil, was waging her own kind of war on the far side of the world, organizing the families of the missing and captured, badgering a government that wanted the whole thing kept quiet, refusing to let the country forget that its men were rotting in those cells. I mention her because a man's endurance rarely stands on nothing, and his had an anchor 8,000 miles away who never stopped pulling. It's only honest to say so. He came home in 1973. They gave him the Medal of Honor. And when people asked him later, who among the prisoners did not make it through with their souls intact, his answer stunned them. It was the optimists. The optimists, the ones who said, "We'll be home by Christmas," and Christmas would come and go, and they were still in the cell. So they'd say, "All right, out by Easter." And Easter came and went. And Stockdale said, it was these men, the bright ones, the hopeful ones, who died of broken hearts, because they had bet everything on a date. And reality kept tearing the date up, until there was nothing left in them to break. So, out of that, he distilled the thing that now carries his name, the Stockdale Paradox, as the writer Jim Collins later called it, after sitting down with him and drawing it out. It goes like this: you must never lose faith that you will prevail in the end, and, at the very same time, you must confront the most brutal facts of your actual situation, whatever they are, both, at once. Faith in the ending, and zero illusions about the middle. Now let me set the other lens beside it gently, because it's a real difference, and I won't paper over it. A master of that Eastern Trail would look at Stockdale's paradox and keep the first half completely. Confront the brutal facts, be here, in this cell, with what is actually true. But he might quietly set down the second half. That faith in a future outcome, a specific promised ending, that, he'd say, is still your mind reaching out of this moment to grip a tomorrow that hasn't come. Sit fully in this breath, in this cell, and you don't need the promise. The present, completely inhabited, is already enough to bear. And here, watch the man's two hands, because the whole paradox lives in them. One hand is a fist, clenched, disciplined, unbreakable. This is the hand that confronts the brutal facts and holds the line at the border of his consent. The hand that will not let go of the truth of the cell, no matter how much it hurts to keep looking at it. That fist is what kept him alive. But the other hand had to stay open, because the men who died were the ones who made a fist around a date. Out by Christmas, they gripped the ending, and when the ending didn't come, the grip tore something loose in them. Stockdale kept the faith without clutching the calendar. Fist and open hand on the same man at the same time. And you know what? I've turned this one over for years, and I'll tell you where I land, though you may land elsewhere. For most of us, for me, the honest answer is Stockdale's. We're creatures who need a horizon. Take away all hope of an ending, and most human hearts simply stop walking. So keep your faith in the ending. But notice what was actually holding the wall up all those years. It wasn't the promise of getting out. Men died clutching that promise. It was the presence, the refusal to lie to himself about right now. The horizon was what he walked toward. The ground under his feet was what kept him alive. So, carry the horizon, but carry it lightly. A full heart and an open hand. And now, at last, we owe you a debt. Stockdale endured by resisting, the clenched fist at its most heroic, the most magnificent no a human being can say. But there is a strength that lives on the far side of resistance. And to find it, we have to go back to that temple gate, and the monk who took the baby, and the 3 quiet words we never explained. We left a man at a temple gate. He was holding a baby that wasn't his. He had just said 3 words and then nothing more, while a whole village waited for him to defend his life. I promised you we'd come back for him. We will. But before we do, I want to change how you meet him. Because if you meet him as a saint in a story, serene, untouchable, made of smoke, then you get to dismiss him. You get to say, well, of course he could do that. He was different. He wasn't made of the same anxious stuff as me. So let me introduce you to the man instead. The man is much harder to walk away from. His name was Hakuin. Hakuin Ikaku. He was born in the year 1686 in a little post town called Hara, on the road that ran along the sea, in the long blue shadow of Mount Fuji. And he did not begin his life calm. He began it terrified. The story goes that when he was a small boy, he heard a preacher describe the hells that waited for the wicked. The burning ones, the freezing ones, the ones with no bottom. And something in the child cracked open. He couldn't stop thinking about it. He would climb into the bath and feel the hot water and imagine with his whole body what it would be to burn forever. Most children forget a sermon by supper. This one built his life around escaping it. So he became a monk, not a gentle, garden-raking monk, a ferocious one. He threw himself at awakening the way a soldier throws himself at a wall, climbing, striving, refusing to sleep, refusing to rest, certain that if he just gripped hard enough, pushed long enough, he would break through to peace. And here is the thing I want you to hold on to tonight. It nearly killed him. Somewhere in his 20s, after one bright taste of the thing he was chasing, he pushed harder still, and his body gave out. He couldn't sleep. His heart raced in the dark. His feet were always cold, and his head was always burning, and a black fog of dread sat on his chest that no amount of willpower could lift. Today, we might call it a breakdown. He called it Zen sickness, and he had earned it honestly by trying to force his way to serenity through sheer clenched effort. The story goes that he climbed into the mountains to find an old hermit, a strange cave-dwelling healer named Hakuyu. The hermit kept him waiting in the snow for days before he'd even see him. And then, instead of a new teaching, he gave Hakuin a very old and very simple thing. He taught him to breathe, to let a soft, warm attention sink down out of the racing head and pool low in the belly, to stop attacking the mind with the mind, to ground the whole trembling storm in the body in the breath. And Hakuin, the fierce one, the striver, got well. I want you to remember that. Long before he ever stood at that gate holding another man's child, Hakuin had already learned the hardest lesson of his life the hard way, that some kinds of peace cannot be seized. They can only be, in a sense, breathed, Keep that in your pocket. We'll need it before the night is out." He went on to become one of the great teachers of his tradition, the man who revived a whole school of Zen, the one who first asked that famous, impossible little riddle: "What is the sound of one hand?" A funny, blunt, tireless old teacher, beloved for miles. Which is exactly what made him worth destroying. Now, the morning the shouting started. Picture the village at dawn, the temple gate, and a family, furious, storming up the path. A food seller, his wife and their young daughter. In the daughter's arms, a newborn. The accusation is thrown down in front of everyone, so there can be no hiding from it. The child is yours. The girl has named the revered old monk as the father. And in a single sentence, spoken in daylight, where the whole town can hear it, everything he is comes apart. His name, his teaching, 40 years of trust, gone in the time it takes to point a finger. The village waits. This is the moment for the denial. Any innocent man would fight now, would raise his voice, would demand proof, would name the real culprit, would do the thing every cell in your body screams at you to do when you are wrongly accused, which is to defend yourself immediately, loudly, to everyone. Hakuin looks at the child, and he says, "Is that so?" That's all. He reaches out, and he takes the baby into his arms. No defense, no anger, no trembling speech about his reputation. Just those 3 small words, and an old man's hands opening to receive a stranger's child. Now sit with what those hands are doing, because a man accused like that, publicly, unjustly, ruinously, every muscle in him wants to make a fist, to jab a finger at the girl, to grab the arm of a friend and say, tell them it isn't true. That's what the body wants, to clench, to grip, to hold on hard to the name it's losing. His hands did the opposite, they opened, and a baby was set down into them. What followed was not a clean, noble martyrdom. It was a long, grinding, humiliating year. As the tale is told, the mother left the infant for Hakuin to raise, and he raised it. An old monk, disgraced, going door to door through the very town that now crossed the street to avoid him, begging milk for a baby everyone believed was the evidence of his hypocrisy. They sneered, they turned away. He carried the child on his rounds anyway. He is said to have cut up his own robes to sew it clothes. He fed it, warmed it, walked it through the cold, and said nothing in his own defense. Not to the parents, not to his students, not to anyone. And I have to be honest with you about how this looks from the outside, because I think you're already feeling it. There's an itch here, an injustice itch. You want him to fight. You want the truth to come out and the girl to be exposed, and the old man vindicated in front of everyone who wronged him. His calm, from where we're standing, is almost maddening. It doesn't feel like strength. It feels like, what? Weakness? Numbness? The passivity of a man too gentle or too cowardly to stand up for himself? Hold that question, don't answer it yet, because the truth is already on its way back to that temple. And I need you to watch him very closely when it arrives. That one moment is the whole lesson. The girl couldn't carry the lie. Months went by, some say the better part of a year. and the weight of what she'd done finally broke through. She confessed. The father was not the monk. It was a young man of the village, a worker down at the fish market, someone she'd been protecting. Her parents had built a scandal on it, and a good man had absorbed the whole thing in silence. You can imagine the horror in that house when they understood what they'd done. The shame now ran entirely the other way. And so the family made the long walk back up to the temple gate. The same gate. This time to reclaim their grandchild, and to fall at the old man's feet and beg his forgiveness for a year of ruin. Now, here it is. Watch. Hakuin listens. He hears the confession, the apology, the tears. He gathers up the child he has fed and clothed and carried, and, let's be honest, come to love. He hands the baby back to its family, and he says, "Is that so?" The same 3 words. The exact same 3 words that had received his ruin now hand back his restoration. Spoken in the same quiet voice, with the same untroubled face. No triumph. Did you catch that? He doesn't say, "I told you so." He doesn't present the village with an invoice for his suffering. He doesn't gather his students and say, "Now you see what I endured." He doesn't even seem to require the apology. The vindication he's been owed for a year arrives, and he receives it with precisely as much fuss as he received the accusation, which is to say, almost none. Because, and this is the hinge of the whole thing, neither the disgrace nor the honor was ever really his to hold. The village's scorn had been the village's. The village's shame now was also the village's. His good name, when he had it, had always been a thing other people carried around on his behalf. A thing they could paint any color they liked. The only thing that had ever actually been in his hands was the child. So he tended the child, and when the child was no longer his to tend, he opened his hands and let it go. The scales of shame and honor weighed on his face turned out to weigh exactly the same, which is to say, nothing at all. And I know that some part of you is still uneasy, because a voice in you is asking, is this just being a doormat? Is this the strength of a man or the surrender of one? If everyone gets to lie about you and you just say, "Is that so?" and take it, isn't that the philosophy of a coward? That is the right question. And to answer it, we have to bring a second man to the gate. Let me stand a Roman next to that Japanese monk. A man who never met him, never could have met him. Born 15 centuries earlier, on the other side of the whole world. A former slave named Epictetus, who taught in sandals and had a saying so plain you could stitch it on a pillow. Men are disturbed not by things, but by the principles and notions which they form concerning things. Not the thing. Your idea about the thing. The insult doesn't wound you. Your judgment that you've been insulted wounds you. Set that old slave down at Hakuin's gate. Hand him the false accusation and watch what he does. Because he arrives at the very same stillness the monk had. He just gets there by a completely different road. The Roman gets there by argument. He would reason it through right there at the gate, the way you'd talk yourself down at 2 in the morning. My reputation, is that mine? No. It lives in other people's heads. I don't own the furniture in there. Their opinion of me, is that up to me? No, that's theirs to hold. So what of everything at this gate is actually mine? Only how I respond. Only the child in my arms and what I choose to do next. And having reasoned his way through all of it, he sets the disgrace down as a thing that was never his, and he tends the child. A door into that quiet room, opened by thinking. But now remember the young man from the start of tonight. Remember Hakuin nearly breaking his own body, trying to force his way to peace. He had learned the hard way that some storms don't answer the mind. You can't always argue a racing heart into calm at 3 in the morning. Sometimes the argument just spins and spins and makes it worse. So his whole tradition had built a different door into the same room, one that goes underneath the thinking entirely. You breathe. You drop your attention down out of the frightened head and into the belly, into the body, into the slow, warm weight of the breath, and you keep it there until the storm has no wall left to break against. Not correcting the thought, just denying it a place to land. A door into that quiet room, opened by breathing. And here, right here, is where these 2 old climbers, coming up opposite faces of the same mountain, step out onto the same narrow ledge and see each other for the first time. Same stillness at the gate, same open hands, reached by 2 roads that could not look less alike. One man reasons the disgrace away, the other breathes it away. Now, do they meet all the way, or only for a moment? I've spent a long life turning that over, and I'll be honest with you, I'm still not sure the trails ever fully touch here. One man is fixing a belief, the other is dropping beneath belief altogether. Those are not the same move. You'll have to feel your own way through that one. But here is what I've stopped arguing about. I've stood at a version of that gate myself. Smaller gate, smaller lie. But it burned exactly the same. And I'll tell you the truth of it. Some nights, the argument works. I can talk myself down. I can walk through it. That's not mine. Their opinion is theirs. The only thing here is what I do next. And the fire goes out. And some nights the argument just spins. Those are the nights the only thing that ever brought me down was the breath. The long, slow, warm breath that doesn't reason with the fear and doesn't need to. So I stopped choosing. I keep both doors. When the slander comes for you, and it will, in some form, the rumor at work, the blame inside the family, the pile-on online with your own name sitting in the middle of it, you don't need to pick a tradition. You have 2 tools, and they were forged half a world and 15 centuries apart, and they fit the same lock. Correct the thought, and lengthen the breath. And that fist, the one that's already clenching to defend a name you were only ever borrowing, let it open. There's nothing at the gate worth gripping. There's only the next small right thing to do, and a pair of open hands to do it with. From a man who lost his good name, to a woman who lost the whole world. And what a single mustard seed has to do with your grief. The old texts tell of a woman named Kisa Gautami. She was young and poor and a mother, and for a while that was enough. She had a little boy, old enough to walk now, old enough to run to her, to laugh, to say her name in that way that undoes a parent completely. And then, one ordinary day, with no warning the world bothered to give, he died. And here is where the story stops being about a death and starts being about grief, because Kisa Gautami's mind simply would not take it in. It refused. She looked at her son, and she could not make the word fit him. So she picked him up, and she carried him out into the streets of the city, and she began going from door to door, holding him, asking, "Please, please, is there medicine for my boy? Something to make him well." Imagine the faces at those doors, the pity, and then, as they understood, the quiet horror. Nobody could give her what she wanted, because what she wanted did not exist. But she would not stop, and she would not put him down. Her arms stayed locked around that child, the way your whole body locks around the thing you cannot bear to lose. A grip that had become the last place her love had to go. Finally, someone, kindly, carefully, told her there was a teacher outside the city walls. A quiet man. "Perhaps," they said, "he can help you." And so, she carried her son to the Buddha. Now, what would you expect a great teacher to do here? Sit her down. Tell her the truth, gently. Explain that death is natural, that her boy is beyond medicine, that she must let go. He does none of that. He gives her, instead, an errand. "Yes," he says, "I can help you. Go and bring me one mustard seed. Just one, the most ordinary thing in the world, a little spice from any kitchen shelf. But, and listen closely to the condition, because the whole story lives in the fine print, it must come from a house that has never known a death." So she went. Of course she went. A mother will do anything, and this was something she could do. The first house. She knocks. A mustard seed? Yes, certainly, here, and she almost has it in her hand before she remembers the condition and asks, "But tell me, has anyone ever died in this house?" And the face across the threshold changes. "Oh, yes, my husband 2 winters ago." And she lowers her hand, and she moves on. The next house, the same. A grandmother, last year. The next, a daughter, taken by fever. The next, an old father, a brother, an infant who never saw a first birthday. Every house has a mustard seed. Not one house in the whole city can honestly say it has never buried someone it loved. And there's a rhythm to it, isn't there, as the day wears on, knock, and the seed offered, and the gentle question, and the shadow crossing the face, and the moving on. The living, she began to see, are so few. And the dead are so many. Every home in that city was, in its own way, exactly her home. Every doorway had a ghost standing quietly behind it. Evening came, and as it did, the little lamps were lit in the windows, one after another, all across the city. And then, as the night deepened, they began to go out again, one by one, a light here guttering, a light there snuffed, a window going dark, and another, and another. And standing in the street with her son in her arms, Kisa Gotami finally understood. Not as an argument someone had won against her, as a thing she could simply, at last, see. Every one of those little flames was a life, kindling, burning a while, going out, everywhere, always, in every house that had ever been built. Her grief had felt like a curse laid on her alone. It was nothing of the kind. It was the oldest, most common thing there is. It was the price of the ticket, the tax that every single person who has ever loved anyone has paid or will. And with that, something in her arms loosened. She stopped trying to carry her son back into a world that had already, gently, let him go. She took him, at last, to be buried. And the story says she went back to the teacher, not for medicine, now, but for the path. Now, let me walk a Roman down that same street of doors. Because a world away, and centuries later, an old Stoic named Seneca was writing letters to a worried friend, and the counsel in them is almost eerie to read beside this parable. Rehearse it, Seneca kept saying. Not morbidly, quietly, daily. Every day, remember that everyone you love is mortal. That the people in your house are not owned, only lent. He promised that the blow, when it finally lands, falls gentle on the one who saw it coming from a long way off. And Epictetus, that same lame slave, back again, said it in a way that sounds harsh until you feel the tenderness underneath it. Never say of anyone you love, he taught, I have lost them. Say instead, I have given them back. Your child, your wife, your friend, given back. They were always on loan. The terms were always the same. Here is where the trails run right alongside each other. Both of these, the mother at the doors and the Roman at his writing desk, are telling the grieving exactly the same thing, and refusing to tell them the comfortable lie. Neither one says your grief is too much, or unnatural, or a sign something has gone especially wrong with your life. Both say the opposite. This is the condition. You are not being singled out. You are being initiated into the one club that has every human being who ever lived as a member. But watch how differently they hand it to you, because the difference is worth keeping. The Roman hands it to you before. He wants you to rehearse the loss in advance, in the calm, so that when it comes, it doesn't shatter you. The Buddha, at that door, gives Kisa Gotami no lecture at all, no argument, no preparation. He sends her out to find it in her own feet, one doorway at a time, after the worst has already happened. One prepares the vessel before it's tested. The other mends it once it's cracked. And I don't think you have to choose. I think a whole life needs both. Love the people in your house completely, and know the terms while you do it, the way the Roman asks. And then, when the terms come due, as they will for every one of us, walk the doors. Let the lamps go dark in the windows, and understand, at last, whose company you're in, which is everyone's, which is the oldest company there is. Your grief has walked beside all of history, and so, it turns out, has your resentment. From a mother's doorways in ancient India to a blinding white quarry on an island at the bottom of the world. Robben Island. A cold rock in the sea off Cape Town, and on it, a prison. And in that prison, a limestone quarry where the glare of the sun off the white stone was so relentless it damaged the prisoners' eyes for the rest of their lives. One of those prisoners was a man in his mid-40s, swinging a pick at that stone, who had been told, in effect, that he would leave this island in a box. A life sentence. Do the arithmetic a man does at 46 with a life sentence. This is where I end. Everything I was for, over. And the whole machinery of the place was built to make sure of it. Not just to hold him, but to grind him down, to wear the dignity of a person the way the sun wears the color out of cloth. Pointless labor. Numbers instead of names. 1,000 small humiliations a day, designed to make a man forget he was one. His name was Nelson Mandela. And against that machine he built a quiet machine of his own. A routine nothing could take. Study. The prisoners taught one another so persistently, law and history and languages passed cell to cell, that they half-jokingly called their prison the University of Robben Island. Dignity toward the guards, even the cruel ones, a deliberate, disciplined courtesy that, over years, began to unsettle and then to earn the grudging respect of the very men set to break him. 27 years he was held, 18 of them on that island. And through all of it, he was slowly proving a strange proposition, that the one territory they had marched him onto, the inside of his own mind, was the one territory they could not actually occupy unless he let them. And understand what that took, because this is the part that doesn't fit on a poster. It wasn't one grand heroic refusal. It was the same small refusal, repeated across 10,000 days that were all exactly alike. The choice to get up and exercise and study and stay courteous and keep his mind his own, made freshly every single morning, with no end in sight, no crowd watching, no guarantee it would ever matter. Anyone can hold their dignity for a dramatic afternoon. Mandela had to hold it on the 4,000th identical Tuesday, when he was middle-aged and going grey in a cell, and the outside world seemed to have forgotten he existed. That is a far quieter and far harder kind of courage than the movies show you. And do you know what those men recited to each other in the dark to hold the line? It wasn't a protest anthem. It was a Victorian poem. The poem was Invictus. A man named William Ernest Henley had written it decades earlier, half a world away from a hospital bed. He'd just lost a leg, and he wrote it, essentially, to keep from going under. It has nothing to do with South Africa. And it was perfect for that cell. You likely know its closing lines, even if you never knew their name. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. And earlier, that image of the head that has taken every blow the world can throw, bloody but unbowed. That's the whole of portable Stoicism, right there. They can bloody you. Whether they bow you is yours to decide. But here's the part of Mandela's discipline that I find even harder than the endurance, and it's easy to miss. He didn't only steel himself. He studied his jailers. He taught himself Afrikaans, the language of the men who held the keys, the language of the system built to crush him, and he sat with their history, their poetry, their rugby, trying to understand the fear and the pride and the wounded history that had made such men. His own people thought it was strange, even distasteful. Why learn the tongue of your oppressor? But he'd worked out something that takes most of us a whole lifetime, if we ever get there at all. You cannot free yourself from a thing you refuse to understand. And you cannot out-hate your way to peace. Hatred only ever builds a mirror of the thing you hate. So he did the two things at once and never confused them. He opposed the system with everything he had, gave up his freedom and nearly his life to break it, and he refused, deliberately, day after day, to hate the frightened men caught up in running it. He kept the fight and dropped the loathing. The one thing truly in his power, chosen again and again across 10,000 identical days. And I have to tell you what that discipline was tested against, because it wasn't only the pick and the glare. While he was in that cell, his mother died. He asked to bury her. They refused him. And then, less than a year later, his eldest son was killed in a car accident. A young man, gone in an instant, and Mandela asked, again, to go and bury his child. And again, they refused. He learned of it by a telegram and grieved a son's death alone in a cell, forbidden even to stand at the grave. He later called that stretch the lowest point of his whole life. Think of what they were able to take from him. The funerals of his own mother and his own son. And think of the one thing, even then, they could not take unless he handed it over, which was the kind of man he would decide to be while he carried a grief that large. That is the terrible outer edge of it. Not, they couldn't hurt him. They could hurt him beyond words. They simply could not make the wound into hatred without his signature. And he would not sign. And the day the gate finally opened, the hardest stretch of the whole sentence was still in front of him. And he knew it. February of 1990. He walked out. And the thing he understood, walking through that gate, the thing he came back to again and again for the rest of his life, was this. If he carried his bitterness out with him, he had not actually been released. He'd just be dragging the prison behind him for the rest of his days. As he put it, more or less, resentment is like drinking poison and hoping it kills your enemy. Hatred, taken through the gate, is simply a sentence you keep serving after they've stopped enforcing it. And here, history was kind enough to leave us the actual gesture. The day he walked free, out past that last gate, into the light and the roar of the crowds, Mandela lifted his right hand high over his head and closed it into a fist. The salute of the struggle. The photographs of it went around the whole world. 27 years of unbroken will made into a single raised fist, and it was true, and it was earned. Without that fist, none of it. But he already understood the thing the cheering crowds hadn't caught up to yet, that the very same hand was, quite soon, going to have to open. Because a nation of raised fists, black and white, was one bad month from tearing itself to pieces, and you cannot build a country with clenched hands. So the fist that walked him out of prison became, on purpose, the open hand that later reached across a table for the men who had jailed him. The fist first, then the open hand. In that order. Both in the one man. Now, here's where people misread him, and I don't want you to. When Mandela set down his hatred, that was not surrender. It was not him giving up the fight or going soft. It was the single most strategic thing he ever did, the move that actually won. And this is where his open hand looks, for a moment, like the Eastern letting go we've been tracing all night, and yet isn't quite the same thing. Because the purest version of that release lets go for its own sake. It seeks nothing, aims at nothing, wants no particular tomorrow. Mandela's release was aimed. It had a country to build, and a duty pulling on it the whole time. He didn't drop the grudge to float free of the world. He dropped it to change the world, and he was right that he couldn't do the second thing while still gripping the first. 4 years later, he would be elected president of the country that had caged him, and he used that highest seat again and again to do the almost unthinkable thing on purpose, in public, so everyone would see it and learn from it. He invited men who had once guarded him to sit among his honored guests. He reached, openly, for the leaders of the regime that had tried to erase him, and built a government with them, rather than a gallows for them. It baffled people. It infuriated some. And it very likely saved the country from a bloodbath everyone else had assumed was coming. The prisoner, in the end, freed his jailers too, not because they deserved it, but because a free man had decided he would not spend the rest of his life as their prisoner. Before we climb on, though, one quiet word, just between us. These stories don't only come off my own shelves. A great many of them come from you. So, if there's a person, or some forgotten corner of history, you find yourself wishing I'd sit with on a night like this, leave it in a comment for me. Or simply tell me which of tonight's stories has held you the most so far. I read them. All of them. Every single one. Now, before the trail tips upward and the questions start to cost more, let's linger on the easy ground a little longer and lighten the air. Because all these big lessons, the ones that cost a Mandela his freedom, rest on one much smaller and stranger thing. A thing you can't take in at all until you first do the humblest act there is. You put something down. Come and watch a very sure man of learning get taught that by a pot of tea. Let me sit you down for a moment at a low table in old Japan, across from a Zen master named Nanin. And I'll tell you the story the way it's always told, as a teaching tale, one of those little parables that gets handed down precisely because it does its work in about a minute. A visitor has come to see the master. And not just any visitor, a professor, a learned man, a man of the university, with letters after his name, and a head full of everything that has ever been written about Zen. He has read the books, all of them. He has come, he says, to inquire about Zen. But, and Nanin sees this at once, the way an old man sees a great many things, he hasn't really come to learn. He's come to be impressed, and to impress. He's come to compare notes, to display his reading, to have the master confirm how much he already understands. He arrives with his cup already full. So Nanin does a curious thing. He says almost nothing. He simply serves tea. He sets the professor's cup down, and he begins to pour. And the tea rises in the cup, and the master keeps pouring. It reaches the brim, and the master keeps pouring. It spills over the lip, and pools in the saucer, and runs across the table, and still, calm as anything, the old man keeps tipping the pot. The professor watches this, baffled and then alarmed, and finally he can't hold his tongue. "Stop," he says. "It's overflowing. No more will go in." And Nanin sets down the pot and looks at him and says, "You are like this cup. You are so full of your own opinions and your own conclusions that there is no room left for anything new. How can I possibly show you Zen until you first empty your cup? Now, I want you to feel who that professor is, because on the right night, in the right mood, he is most of us. He is the ache to already know. The need so many of us carry to have a take on everything, to never be caught not knowing, to never once look foolish in front of the room. We armor ourselves in our own certainty, our politics, our opinions, our hard-won conclusions about how the world works and who people are, and we walk around with the cup so full that nothing and no one can get a single drop in. And here's the cruel little secret of the full cup. It's lonely. A person who already knows everything cannot actually be met by anyone, cannot be surprised, cannot be taught, cannot be changed by another human being, because there's no room. The most dangerous two words in any language might just be, "I know." We say them most confidently, I've noticed, about exactly the things we understand the least. And notice what that does to a person over a whole lifetime. Every firm opinion you pick up and can no longer set down is another inch of the cup filled, another thing you've quietly agreed to never be surprised by again. The years go on, and the cup fills, and the strange result is that the world gets smaller. Not because there's less in it, because there's less room left in you. You meet a new person, already certain of what they are. You hear a new idea already, certain it's wrong. That can feel a great deal like wisdom from the inside. It is very nearly its opposite. Look at the two pairs of hands in that little room. Nanin's hand, tipping the pot, calm, still pouring past the brim. A teacher who will keep offering even when there's nowhere for it to land, so that you can see with your own eyes that the problem is not the tea. And the professor's hands, wrapped tight around a cup that's already full, a grip on his own certainty, so complete that the only thing left for the master to teach is the emptying itself. Now let me set a Roman beside that overflowing table, because he taught the very same thing, and he did it in the exact opposite way. His name was Epictetus, and we've met him tonight, the lame former slave, our steady companion up this whole mountain. And Epictetus said, flatly, in plain words you could write on your hand, it is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows. That was, for him, the first step of the whole business of becoming wise, not acquiring some grand new doctrine, but the humbler and much harder thing of admitting, genuinely, that you do not already have it. You cannot begin to fill a cup you refuse to admit is full. And here is what I love about setting these two teachers side by side. It is the same lesson, the same full cup, the same emptying required, delivered by two men who could not have taught more differently. Nanin never explains a thing. He won't argue the point. He just picks up a teapot and lets a spreading puddle of tea say the whole of it, wordlessly, while the professor's own eyes do the teaching. And Epictetus does the reverse. He says it, straight out, in a sentence, a plain reasoned claim you can turn over in your mind. One master shows you your full cup in silence, with a mess on the table. The other tells you about it out loud, in a classroom. Same emptiness required. Opposite doors into it, one with no words at all, one made entirely of them. And there's a quiet mercy, I think, in the world, having both kinds of teacher. Because some of us only ever really hear a thing when it's argued to us plainly, laid out in a clean sentence we can hold up to the light and test. For those of us, there's the Roman. And some of us can be told the truth 100 times in words and never once feel it until the day we watch it happen, wordlessly, right in front of us. The tea running off the edge of the table, the thing we could never be told, but could suddenly, simply, see. For those of us, there's the master with the teapot. Between the two of them, nearly everyone gets reached. I won't pretend the two want precisely the same thing from the emptying, and it would be a small dishonesty to say so. The Roman empties your cup so he can help you fill it back up, with better tea this time, with truer, more examined judgments, in place of the lazy ones you came in with. The Zen master is a little more content to leave the cup empty and spacious and open, unfixed, ready. But that's a difference for higher up the trail, and a gentle one. Tonight, they are shoulder to shoulder, asking you for the same simple, difficult thing. Set your certainty down just for an evening and make a little room. And if you'd like a small practice to carry off to sleep, here it is. The next time you feel really certain, the good, hot certainty that feels so much like strength, try, just for a breath, holding the cup out empty instead. Try the quiet words, I might be wrong about this. Or the harder ones, Tell me more. I hadn't thought of it that way. Notice what they cost you. That cost, that little flinch you just felt, is the exact weight of the tea you've been carrying around all this time, spilling it on everyone you meet without ever once knowing the cup was full. Because emptying the cup is only ever the beginning. An empty cup is not the point. Nobody's thirst was ever quenched by emptiness. Once you've made the room, you have to actually put something in your days. And the next man on our trail, a blunt old Roman who happened to be the teacher of Epictetus himself, had exactly one answer for what to fill them with. Not more opinions. Not another book. Something you do with your hands. His name was Musonius Rufus, and in his own day they called him the Roman Socrates, which tells you how highly they thought of him. He was the teacher, as it happens, of that same Epictetus we just left, standing beside the overflowing cup. So when you hear Epictetus all night, sounding so sure and so practical, know that he learned a great deal of it from this man. I'll give you the color of his life in a breath, because it isn't the point, but it's worth knowing. He was so admired, and so quietly threatening to the powerful, that the Emperor Nero had him banished, sent off to a barren, waterless little island at the edge of nowhere. And Musonius simply kept teaching. Students sailed out to that rock to study with him and work the ground alongside him. He even taught the genuinely scandalous idea, for his age, that women had minds every bit as fit for philosophy as men, and ought to study it too. Exile couldn't stop him, because the thing he taught wasn't the kind of thing a location could take away. And here is that thing, his one blunt, deeply unfashionable conviction, then and now. Musonius insisted that you do not become a good person by talking about goodness. You do not acquire virtue by reading about virtue, or admiring it, or being able to discuss it beautifully at dinner. You acquire it the way you'd acquire any real skill in the world, a craft, a trade, a sport, by practicing it. Daily, with your body. Until it's in your hands, and not just your head. He had a way of pinning it that still lands. Imagine you're ill, he said, and you must choose a doctor. One of them can lecture on medicine like an angel, flawless theory, dazzling talk, but has never once treated a living patient. The other can barely string 2 sentences together, but has quietly healed 100 people. Which one do you let near your sickbed? Well, obviously, the second. Of course, the second. And then Musonius springs the trap. So why on earth do we believe we can become good, and wise, and steady, just by reading and nodding along? Virtue isn't a subject you know. It's a practice you do. He'd compare it to anything you would never dream of learning from a book alone. You don't become a musician by reading about music. You become one with your hands on the instrument, playing badly at first, every single day, until the badness slowly wears off. You don't become a healer, or a sailor, or a farmer, by admiring the theory of it from a chair. And a good, steady life, Musonius argued, is not easier than those things but harder, so it demands more practice, not less. The person who genuinely wants to be wise has to drill it more faithfully than the surgeon drills, or the sailor, or the musician. Most of us put in less. There's a gentle comedy in this that I think he'd have enjoyed, and it's a very modern one. It's the person with a whole shelf groaning under books about calm, and a temper they have never once, not in 20 years, actually managed to hold. The library of the good life and the unlived life, sitting right next to each other on the same nightstand. Musonius would look at that shelf and kindly tell you to close the book and go do one hard, plain, right thing with your hands. And now, watch a Zen monastery, because it arrives at exactly the same place from the other side of the world. In a Zen monastery, the sweeping of the floor is not a chore. The washing of your rice bowl is not a nuisance to be rushed through, so you can get to the real practice of sitting in meditation. Chopping the wood, carrying the water, scrubbing the pot, these are the practice. There's a famous exchange, told for centuries. A monk comes to the master, hungry for some deep secret teaching, and asks him for it. And the master asks, "Have you eaten your rice?" "Yes," says the monk. "Then," says the master, "go wash your bowl." That was the teaching. That was all of it. And there's the old saying that says the same. Before enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. The task never changes. Only the person doing it does. So both trails, the Roman and the Zen one, put wisdom in the same unglamorous place. Not in the theorizing, but in the doing of the ordinary task. And yet, listen closely, because here they do the identical thing for a completely different reason, and the difference is quietly lovely. Musonius drills virtue the way an athlete trains for a contest. There's a goal out ahead of him, the test that's surely coming. The loss, the insult, the temptation, the hard day, and he practices and practices, so that when that moment finally arrives, his hands already know what to do without being asked. He sweeps the floor of his soul today, so he'll be ready tomorrow. His practice points forward, at a match on the horizon. The Zen practitioner sweeps the floor for no reason beyond the sweeping. The broom is not for anything. Washing the bowl is not a rehearsal for some future exam. It isn't preparation for a life that starts later. It is complete, entirely, right now, in the plain, cool feel of the water and the bowl. Same, two hands on the same worn broom handle. One is training for a match that's coming. The other has already arrived and knows it. Both are true, and both are beautiful, and I've come to love keeping them both within reach of the same hand. On the days when I need a reason to do the hard, dull, right thing, I borrow the Romans. I'm in training. This small discipline right now is exactly how I'll manage to stand up straight when the real weight finally comes. And on the days when even that feels like one more burden, one more chore in service of some future test I'm dreading, I set it down and borrow the monks instead. There is no test. There is only this bowl and this warm water and the plain, quiet privilege of being here, alive, to wash it. And do you know what? I've stopped thinking you have to choose between them. Whichever reason gets you to actually pick up the broom is a good enough reason. Because the real problem, for almost all of us, isn't which philosophy of the broom is correct. It's that we're so busy reading about the broom and thinking about the broom and buying a better broom that we never once put our hands on the one we've got and sweep the floor we're standing on. There's the modern ache this pair was made for. The endless self-improvement project. The stack of books about the calm, deliberate, meaningful life, read or half-read or bought and not read, while the actual life goes by unlived in a low hum of never quite getting to it. And the cure both these old traditions press into your hands is almost insultingly simple. Stop reading about it. Go wash the one dish. Not to get it done, not to check it off. Just do it, fully, with your whole attention. This one plain task. Well, that's the practice. That was always the practice. So there's the little two-step you can carry out of tonight so far. First, nan in. Empty the cup, put your certainty down, make some room. Then, Musonius. Fill your days with practice. Pick up the broom. Do the next plain thing, and do it well. Empty, and then do. That, honestly, is very nearly the whole of a good and steady life. Very nearly. Because there is one thing, and we're about to feel the ground begin to tilt upward as we come to it. One thing that no amount of doing can sweep away, no practice can drill out of you, no empty cup can make room enough for. But that one waits for us higher up the trail. For now, stay here on the easy ground a breath longer. Empty the cup. Pick up the broom. Do the next plain thing well. The air is getting thinner now. Notice it? Everything so far has been warm and low to the ground. A swordsman, a prisoner with his little book, a monk at a gate, a mother at every door in the city, a man walking out of prison without his hatred, a cup of tea overflowing across a table, and an old exile teaching virtue with his bare hands. Easy footing, most of it. From here, the trail steepens, and the questions start to cost more. Because everything we've done so far has been, one way or another, about what you can do, the response you can choose, the grudge you can set down, the cup you can empty, the plain task you can practice. But there is a harder question. None of it has touched, one with no jailer to forgive, no cup to empty, and no task on earth that will fix it. What do you do with the pain itself, once it's simply inside you, and there is no one to hand it back to? This next story lives entirely inside that question. And it begins in a country that is on fire. Vietnam, the middle of the last century. War in the fields, war in the villages, the whole land tearing itself apart. And in an old temple in the city of Hue, a young monk. His name was Thich Nhat Hanh. He'd entered that temple, a place called Tuhir, as a boy of 16, to shave his head and learn to sit still. Remember that temple? We'll end the night back at its gate. but you cannot sit still inside a wall. And the era offered him only 2 doors. The 2 doors war always offers. Door 1, pick up a weapon and fight. Door 2, retreat behind the temple walls, close your eyes, and let the world burn without you. Keep your own peace clean. Everyone he knew was being pushed toward one door or the other. Fight or withdraw. Make a fist or fold your hands and look away. He refused both. Instead, he did something that didn't have a name yet, so he gave it one. Engaged Buddhism, meditation and sandbags, stillness and stretchers. He gathered the young monks and nuns and sent them straight out into the bombed and mined countryside, not to preach and not to fight, but to rebuild, to carry the wounded, to raise the flattened villages, to bring medicine into the exact places everyone else was fleeing. He built a whole school for it. Peace, he insisted, was not a place you hid. It was a thing you did with your hands in the worst part of the field. Those were desperate years, and I'll tell you just enough to feel their heat. In one public square, a fellow monk chose to end his own life in protest against the suffering, an act so extreme the whole world flinched at the photograph. Thich Nhat Hanh did not do that. What he did was write, carefully, urgently, to the West, trying to explain the depth of the desperation behind such a thing to people who could only see horror. One of the men he wrote to was a young American minister named Martin Luther King. And King was so moved by this quiet monk that in 1967 he nominated him for the Nobel Peace Prize. And notice what he did with the homelessness that came next. Both sides of the war decided they didn't want him. He'd been out of the country pleading for an end to the fighting, and the doors home simply closed, north and south alike. He would not be allowed back into Vietnam for almost 40 years. A man whose entire teaching was about being at home in your body, at home in this breath, sentenced to nearly 4 decades with no home to go to. And some years into that exile, word reached him of the boat people, families fleeing Vietnam across open water in anything that would float, dying by the thousands out there, some to storms, some to pirates. A safely exiled man could have grieved them from a distance and called it compassion. He didn't. He quietly chartered boats, gathered a handful of European volunteers, and slipped out onto that same deadly sea, in secret, to carry food and water and medicine to strangers the rest of the world had written off. Homeless himself, he went looking for the more homeless still. Everyone around him was making a fist. He kept his hand open. And exiled, grieving his whole country, he put that open hand to work, even out on the water. He landed, eventually, in the green farmland of southwest France, near Bordeaux, and in 1982, he turned a run-down cluster of old farm buildings into a community he called Plum Village. And it was there, teaching Westerners like you and me, anxious, busy, angry people, that he distilled the practice down to its strange, tender core. Here is the practice. When anger rises in you, real anger, the hot kind, you do 2 things you would never think to do. You do not act on it. And you do not cut it out. You don't obey it, and you don't amputate it. Instead, you turn toward it, and you breathe, and you hold it, the way a mother picks up a screaming infant and holds it against her chest. Not to silence it, just to hold it with attention, with tenderness, until it tires and quiets, and finally shows you where it actually came from. Hold your anger like a baby, until it tells you what it needs. Now, I'll be straight with you. The first time I heard that, I did not buy it, because I'd spent years walking the other trail, the Roman one, and it taught me almost the opposite move. On that trail, when the anger came, you didn't cradle it. You met it at the door and you questioned it hard. Is this worth it? Is the thing I'm furious about even mine to control? No? Then why am I handing it the keys to my whole evening? You caught the hot feeling, you pulled it apart, you found the false little judgment hiding inside it, that you'd been wronged, that this shouldn't be happening, that the world owed you a different afternoon, and you corrected it. And then, this is the part people miss. You turned all the way around and said a deliberate, almost fierce yes to the day you actually got. Not the day you ordered. This one. I want to be careful here, because it's easy to get wrong. That older trail does not teach you to kill your feelings, to go cold, to become a statue. That's the caricature, and an honest man won't sell it to you. It teaches you to out-argue the lie inside the feeling, and then to embrace what's real with your whole chest. It's not numbness. It's an argument you win, followed by a wholehearted yes. So look at what I had in my two hands. One tradition said, catch the anger, turn it over, argue with it, and choose your fate on purpose. The other said, don't argue with it at all. Just hold it, loose and warm, and let it change on its own. One tradition treats your temper like a burglar at the door. You challenge it. You demand its papers. You refuse it entry. The other treats it like a toddler mid-meltdown. And you don't reason with a toddler, do you? You just pick it up and hold on until the storm passes. And I'll be honest with you, after enough years, I have found both descriptions accurate. Sometimes before breakfast. Do they meet? I go back and forth. I do. Some nights I'm sure they're doing completely different things. One hand gripping the feeling and turning it over until it changes. The other just holding the feeling open-palmed until it changes by itself. Those are not the same motion. One is a wrestler. One is a mother. But most nights, near the end, I think the thing they agree on is the only thing that was ever going to save me. And it's this: you are not required to obey the feeling. That's it. That's the whole quiet center of it. Whether you argue the anger down or breathe the anger down, maybe that's just which hand you happen to be born with. I'll let you feel your own way to the rest of it. That's the kind of thing that finishes itself in the dark after I've stopped talking. He taught it in the smallest possible way, you know. He said, when you wash the dishes, wash the dishes. Not to get them done. Not while your mind rehearses tomorrow's argument. Just feel the warm water and be the person washing the plate. A whole answer to a burning country, folded up small enough to fit in a kitchen sink. And then the man who had taught the whole world to breathe and to speak gently lost his words entirely. And what he did next was the greatest sermon of his life. In the autumn of 2014, Thich Nhat Hanh had a severe stroke. It took his speech. The teacher of mindful breathing, the man whose soft voice had walked hundreds of thousands of people back into their own bodies, could no longer talk. Watch what happens. He didn't rage at it, and he didn't hide from it. He simply kept teaching, now with a hand on your arm, a look, a slow turn of the head toward a flowering branch. His community learned to read him without words. A man who had spent 70 years teaching that everything passes, that nothing holds its shape, that you must not cling, now stood in front of them and quietly, patiently, became the lesson. The impermanence he'd described for a lifetime was happening in his own throat, and he let it, and he let them watch. And in 2018, he asked to go home. Not to a hospital, not to Plum Village, the beautiful thing he'd built in exile. Home. All the way home, to here, the old temple in Hue, where a 16-year-old boy had once knelt to have his head shaved, nearly 90 years before. The exile had lasted almost 4 decades. He crossed the whole distance of his life to close it. He died there, in that first temple, in January of 2022, where he began. And that phrase of his, no mud, no lotus, I don't think he meant it as a pretty saying to put on a wall. I think he meant it as a receipt. Look at the whole ledger of the man. They exiled him from his country, and the exile is the only reason he ever reached the West and taught the rest of us to breathe. They took his voice, and the silence became his last teaching. The mud was never the obstacle standing between him and the lotus. The mud was the ground the lotus grew out of. There was no other soil. There never is. The lotus closed, at last, over the very mud that made it, right back at the gate where it started. He was a man who embraced everything, who held the whole burning world against his chest and would not put it down. So, of course, the next man we meet did the exact opposite. He cut everything away. Every attachment, every comfort, every person. 2 more opposite hands you could not find in all of history. Reaching, somehow, for the same page. You already know this man's most famous morning. Or you know the version 3 centuries of storytellers have handed down, so let me tell it fast, the way legend tells it, and then let me take it away from you. As the legend has it, an island in the strait, in the spring of 1612. A duel arranged between the 2 greatest swordsmen in Japan. On one side, Sasaki Kojiro, a master of a long, beautiful blade, waiting on the shore. And on the other, late. Deliberately, insultingly late. Hours late, so that by the time his boat finally scraped the sand, Kojiro was half mad with fury before the fight even began. And in the boat, on the way over, this man had done something almost comic in its arrogance. He had taken a spare wooden oar and, with a knife, carved it roughly into the shape of a sword, a little longer, they say, than his opponent's prized steel. Kojiro drew. He struck first, cut the very knot of the headband from the other man's brow. And the man with the oar struck once, and it was over. His name was Miyamoto Musashi, and the legend says he fought more than 60 duels in his life and never once lost. I have to tell you honestly, that count comes mostly from his own telling, polished by admirers for generations after, so hold it lightly, the way you'd hold any story a great man tells about himself. The duels are the part everyone knows. But it's the part almost no one reads that we came here for. Because that same hand, the one that carved an oar into a sword, picked up a brush 33 years later in a cave while its owner was dying. And what it wrote is the opposite of everything the legend celebrates. At the end of his life, the most feared swordsman in Japan did not die on a battlefield or in a lord's hall. He walked away from all of it, into a cave in the hills near Kumamoto, a place called Raigando, the Spirit Rock Cave. He was ill. The accounts don't fully agree how, and it doesn't much matter. An old, sick man, sitting on a stone in the half-dark, writing. He wrote a book on strategy there, the one people still read. But that isn't the document I want to put in your hands tonight. Because about a week before he died, in the early summer of 1645, Musashi took everything a long, violent, victorious life had taught him and boiled it down, not to a book, but to 21 short lines. He wrote them for a single student, a young man named Terao Magonojo, and he called them the Dokudo, the path of walking alone. 21 rules for how to live from a man with days left to live them. Let me read you a handful, slowly, the way you'd read them by a low lamp. Accept everything just the way it is. Do not regret what you have done. Never be jealous. Do not, under any circumstances, depend on a partial feeling. Do not fear death. In all things, have no preferences. Do not seek to possess goods or land for your old age. Think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world. Never stray from the way. Do you hear it? That is not the voice of the man who arrived late to unsettle his enemy. Somewhere in all those years, the apex predator turned into a monk in everything but name. He gave his possessions away as he wrote. A man who had once owned victory itself, spending his final week composing 21 different ways to want nothing at all. Two very old traditions meet inside that cave. But there's one line among the 21 where they would stop and turn to each other and argue. And it happens to be the loneliest line of them all. Start with the line where they don't argue at all. The very first one. Accept everything just the way it is. Sit with how much is packed into those 6 words. That is the whole of what a Roman would have called loving your fate, not gritting your teeth at what happens, but actually saying yes to it. This, exactly as it came. And it is, at the very same time, the whole of what the Eastern Trail means by suchness, things as they simply are, before your wanting gets to them. A dying swordsman wrote both of those enormous ideas into one plain sentence, and he'd have called neither of them by its fancy name. The fist that had gripped a sword for 50 years, opening at last, one finger at a time, and letting the whole world go. But now, the loneliest line. It's not even one of the 21, really. It's the title, Walking Alone. Because Musashi didn't only renounce his possessions, he renounced people. He died in a cave, by choice, alone on purpose, and he seems to have counted that as the summit. And here, a Roman would set the brush down. He would sign almost every one of those 21 precepts, gladly. Do not regret, do not fear death, want nothing you don't need. But not the aloneness. Because the Roman drew his life as a set of circles, himself at the center, then his family, then his friends, then his city, then every stranger alive. And he thought the entire work of being a good person was caring outward, across those circles, doing your duty to the people standing in them. To walk out of the circles, for him, wasn't the peak. It was a kind of failure dressed up as freedom. So here is where I'll give you my own honest verdict, for whatever it's worth. Take the letting go. Leave the loneliness. You can loosen your grip on things without letting go of your people. You can renounce the clinging and keep every bit of the loving. Musashi walked his last mile alone because that was the shape of his particular life. Yours almost certainly has other people in it, and that is not a weakness in your practice. The summit is wide. There's room up there for you and everyone you'd carry with you. You don't have to reach it in a cave. Musashi wrote death quietly into his precepts, alone, in the dark. The next man carried it down a crowded street, on a stick. Let me introduce you to the one guest in all of history you should absolutely not seat next to the bishop. His name was Ikkyu, and he was a Zen monk, and he was a scandal. Brilliant, genuinely, dazzlingly brilliant, a poet and a master whose insight nobody could honestly deny. And impossible. Savage-tongued, allergic, down to his bones, to pomp and rank and comfortable holiness. Tradition says he may have been an emperor's own unacknowledged son, handed to a temple as a boy. Certainly he grew up inside the Zen establishment and came to despise a great deal of what he found there. The careerism, the soft abbots, the enlightenment you could apparently purchase with the right connections. The story goes he was handed the official certificate that marked him as an awakened master, the paper every monk schemed for, and he threw it away. He wanted nothing to do with rank on paper. He preferred, he said, an honest tavern to a dishonest temple. He wondered. He drank with fishermen and laborers and wrote blunt, unsparing poetry about death and desire. and the whole aching comedy of being a person. He took a pen name that tells you everything, Crazy Cloud. And I have to admit something to you. I enjoy this man enormously, and I would probably have disapproved of him to his face, which I suspect is exactly the effect he was going for. Because his whole life was a running argument that the respectable, careful, incense-scented religion of his day had gone dead at the center, and that a drunk poet telling the truth in a wine shop was closer to the real thing than a perfumed abbot lying politely in a golden hall. He lived in the Kyoto of his age, gorgeous, refined, pleased with itself, and, though it had no idea yet, not long for this world. And then, one New Year's morning, this holy troublemaker found the perfect prop. New Year's Day. In that city, the one morning of the whole calendar, when everyone agrees to be happy, the decorations up, the good clothes on, the wishes for long life and good fortune passing back and forth across every threshold. And into that, the story goes, walks Ikkyu, holding up a long bamboo stick, and fixed on the top of the stick, raised high over the celebrating crowd for all to see, a human skull. He carried it down the festive streets, and he called out his New Year's greetings to the households as he passed, "A Happy New Year to you, and beware, beware, beware." You can imagine the outrage, the ruined mood, the scandalized faces, the muttering. What kind of monk does this on today of all days? And that, of course, was the entire point, delivered with a showman's timing. Because what he was saying, under the shock, if you slowed down enough to hear it, was simply true. Every laughing face in that street was a skull, wearing its skin for a little while longer. The bone on the stick wasn't an insult to the celebration. It was the thing that made the celebration real. The man who has genuinely forgotten he will die cannot actually taste the wine in his cup. It's only when you feel the bone underneath the face, your own, and every face you love, that a single ordinary morning becomes almost unbearably precious. Look at what he was really holding up. A skull is a hand emptied of everything it ever grasped. The sockets where the eyes were, wide open, holding nothing. Hold your one life, he was saying, the way you'd hold something you already know you're going to have to set down. And I think this is why the image still has teeth, all these centuries later. Because we do the opposite of Ikkyu, don't we? We are the great deniers. We have built a whole world designed to keep the skull off the stick and out of sight. We don't say the word. We tuck the dying away in quiet buildings. We act, most days, as though the arrangement were somehow permanent. And the strange backward result is that a life spent avoiding all thought of its ending tends to feel thinner, not richer. The days blur, the years pick up speed, and you can arrive at 70, genuinely startled that it happened. Ikkyu's rudeness was a gift. He was trying to hand the party back its own aliveness, the only way he knew how. They thought he was the madman ruining the celebration. Within a single generation, the whole shining city would learn which of them had been sane. set a Roman beside him now, an old Stoic named Seneca, and watched the same medicine handed over with completely opposite manners. Seneca kept a skull too, in a sense. But he kept it on the desk, not on a stick. His was a private, daily thing. A quiet rehearsal each morning that this day he'd been given might be the last one, that the people at his table were mortal, that nothing was owed to him and everything was on loan. He did it not to spoil his mornings, but to wake them up. Receive this ordinary day as a gift, he told himself, and not as an entitlement. Because one of these ordinary days will be the final one, and you will not get a warning bell. So there they both are, prescribing the identical cure. Keep death in view, and life turns vivid. But look at the dosage and the delivery. The Roman doses himself, privately, every dawn, to sharpen how carefully he spends his hours. IQ doses the entire town at once, publicly, rudely, to shatter its comfortable denial in a single shocking image. Because there are some things a reasonable argument simply cannot do to a person, and only a jolt can. One is a physician taking his medicine quietly at breakfast. The other is a man throwing open your curtains and shouting that the house is, eventually, on fire. And EQ's life had a last laugh in it that proves the whole point. A generation on, a terrible war reduced that gorgeous, self-satisfied Kyoto to ash and rubble. The impermanence he'd carried down the street on a stick arrived now, in earnest, in fire. And the establishment that had sneered at the drunken poet came, hats in hand, to beg the old scandal, by then in his 80s, to become the abbot of a great ruined temple and rebuild it from the ashes. The corrupt one. The one they'd have kept away from the bishop. He turned out to be the one still standing when the party ended. The only one who'd never been fooled. You don't need a skull on a stick, but put a small one, somewhere, into your morning. A single line. One slow breath. A glance at how many years have already gone. And let it do the one thing it's for. Let it make your perfectly ordinary cup of coffee taste, just faintly, like a miracle you were lucky to be awake for. Here, though, the two trails part farther than anywhere else on the whole mountain. Both climbers agree, completely, that you are going to die. What they cannot agree on, at all, is who, exactly, it is that dies. Who is it, exactly, that dies? We're high enough on the mountain now to ask that out loud, and to sit with how strange it is. All night we've talked about steadying yourself, freeing yourself, mastering yourself, as though there were a solid little you in there, a self, doing the steadying. Both of our two old traditions agree that this self will die. And here, for the first time, they turn to each other and disagree completely about what the self even is. One says, perfect it. The other says, look closely, and you'll find there was never quite as much there as you thought. To tell this part, I want to hand you a boy in Japan, 800 years ago, who could not stop asking one question. His name was Dogen. He was born into an aristocratic family around the year 1200, and then, very young, he lost them. His parents died when he was a small child. And the tradition tells us it was there, watching the incense smoke rise at a funeral and curl and thin and vanish into nothing, that the boy first understood, in his body, that everything goes. Everything. The people you love, the house you were born in, the smoke, the self watching the smoke. All of it, always, on its way out. A grief like that either breaks a child or turns him into a seeker. It turned Dogen into a seeker. He became a monk, and he climbed to the great monastery complex on Mount Hiei, the Harvard of Japanese Buddhism, the center of everything, and there he put his question to the wisest men of his age. And it was such a simple question that none of them could answer it. It was this: the teaching says that all beings are already, from birth, complete, that we already carry the awakened nature inside us, every one of us, no exceptions. Well then, Dogen asked, why practice? Why the years of meditation, the discipline, the striving, the whole exhausting apparatus of becoming enlightened, if we are already what we're trying to become? If I already have it, what is all this effort for? Sit with that a moment, because it's not only a monk's question. It's yours. If you're already enough, as every gentle voice keeps insisting you are, then why does life feel like this endless project of self-improvement? Why the constant work of becoming someone finally acceptable? What is all your effort for? The great monastery had no answer that satisfied him. And so, in the year 1223, this young man did something close to insane for the time. He boarded a ship and crossed the sea to China, a genuinely dangerous passage. Boats went down to find someone who could answer a question most people never even think to ask. A question he had apparently decided worth drowning for. The answer, when it finally came, arrived in a meditation hall before dawn. And it was not really a sentence at all. He found his teacher at last in a mountain monastery in China, an old master named Rujing, strict and real, in a way Dogen had been starving for. And there, in the meditation hall, in the long disciplined silences before sunrise, the thing Dogen had crossed an ocean for finally happened. Not through an argument, not through a book. The tradition tells it very plainly, almost offhandedly, which is itself the point. One early morning, the story goes, the master was moving through the hall and came upon a monk who had dozed off in meditation. And Rujing rebuked the sleeping man, said, in effect, that the practice of sitting is the dropping away of body and mind, and here you are, dozing. Dropping away of body and mind. Dogen heard those words, meant for someone else, and something in him simply let go. The self he had been carrying and defending and trying to perfect his whole grieving life, for a moment, it wasn't there. And neither was the weight of it. When he later went home to Japan, the story goes that people asked him what wisdom he had brought back from China after all those years and all that danger. What did you learn? What did you return with? And he said, empty hands. I have returned empty-handed. Feel the shape of that. He crossed an ocean to answer the deepest question a person can ask, spent years in a foreign monastery earning it, and came home holding nothing at all, open-palmed, and counted that as the whole of the treasure. He set it down, finally, in a piece of writing people still read 8 centuries later. And the heart of it is a short staircase of a sentence that I want to read to you slowly, because you can walk down it in the dark. To study the way, he wrote, is to study the self. To study the self is to forget the self. And to forget the self is to be awakened by all things. Read it again, slowly, going down. You begin by turning toward yourself. That's honest. That's the work. But when you really look closely for the solid little you at the center that you've spent your life protecting, you can't quite find it. It thins like the incense smoke at that funeral. And in the place where the defended self used to stand, everything else comes flooding in. The rain, the other people, the whole 10,000 things, and wakes you up. You forget yourself, and for the first time, you're actually here. Now, if that gave you a small, quiet vertigo, good. Hold on to it gently, because everything the other trail built assumes exactly the self that Dogen just let dissolve. Here is the fork, and it is the deepest one on the whole mountain, so let me set it out as fairly as I can, and then I'll warn you now, I am not going to settle it tonight. The Roman trail builds a self. Its most beautiful image for the trained mind is an inner citadel, a fortress at the center of you, a keep that no insult, no loss, no tyrant, no catastrophe can breach. Whatever they do to your outer walls, the Stoic says, there is an inner stronghold that is yours, and you retreat into it, and you hold it, and there you are free. It is a magnificent idea. Millions of people have survived on it, including some we've met tonight. And Dogen walks up, looks at the fortress, and asks the quietest, most unsettling question of the evening. What if the stronghold is the siege? What if the very act of building and manning and defending a self is the thing that keeps you at war? Garrison, a citadel, and you must guard it forever, every hour, against everything. But forget the self. Let the walls come down. Discover there was no one inside who needed defending, and suddenly there is nothing left for the arrows to hit. Not a stronger fortress. No fortress. Open sky. So which is it? Fortify the self or forget it? I told you I wouldn't referee, and I won't, but not because I'm dodging. It's because the honest answer is genuinely withheld, even from me, until later in this climb. I'll tell you a secret about the shape of tonight. The Stoic reply to Dogen is subtler than the fortress it looks like, and it does not arrive until the emperor himself climbs a mountain. 6 rules from now. So hold the question open. Don't let anyone, including me, snap it shut early. Because here's the thing that lets you rest tonight without deciding. Watch what these two produce in an actual human being, and the fork almost disappears. The man who has forgotten himself, and the man who has quietly widened himself until his own troubles look small from altitude, put them in a room. Both are less defended. Both are less afraid. Both take up less space and leave more room for you. Whatever the metaphysics, the person who comes out the far end is the same person, available, unhurried, hard to threaten. So you don't have to decide, tonight, what the self ultimately is. That can wait for the Emperor. Tonight, just notice one small thing as you lie there. Notice how much of your suffering, the replayed slight, the anxious rehearsing of tomorrow, the bracing against a blow that hasn't come and may never come, is simply the defense budget. The cost of keeping a self garrisoned around the clock. Every insult that has to be answered, every comparison that has to be won, every correction that stings because it landed on the walls, all of it is the standing army of a fortress, and standing armies are ruinously expensive. Most of us pay that tax every waking hour and never once ask what we're defending, or from whom, or whether the fortress was ever really under threat at all. And notice too, just for a single breath before sleep, how it feels to let one wall go unguarded, on purpose, and watch as nothing whatsoever comes through the gap. You've heard this theory from 8 centuries ago. Now let me give you a man who tested it within living memory, a man you may know from the radio, who walked up a real mountain carrying a guitar-shaped hole in his life. In the mid-1990s, one of the most celebrated songwriters alive, more or less vanished. The music press couldn't quite believe where he'd gone. He had climbed to a small Zen center near the top of a mountain outside Los Angeles, put on the black robes of a monk, and begun scrubbing floors. His name was Leonard Cohen. By then, he was in his 60s, world famous, materially blessed, adored, and privately ground down by a depression that had followed him, by his own account, for most of his life. A darkness decades deep. And so, at the age he might have been coasting on his legend, he went up the mountain instead and gave himself to a routine deliberately designed to sand a person's ego down to nothing. Picture the days. The bell at 2:30 in the morning. Black robes in the snow before dawn. Hours of sitting, motionless, in the cold. And a peculiar job for one of the great artists of his century, personal cook and attendant to his ancient teacher, an old Zen master he'd studied with for the better part of 30 years. Cohen chopped the vegetables. Cohen shoveled the walk. Cohen carried the soup. I have to note the honest thing about that teacher, because you deserve the truth, and an informed room already knows it. He was a man later revealed to have failed many of the students who trusted him, in ways that did real harm. I'm not going to dwell there, and I'm not going to pretend it away. Cohen left quietly at the end of the decade and never publicly settled scores, a restraint that tells you something about the silence he'd gone up there to learn. But this chapter is not about the teacher. It's about what Cohen himself did with the discipline, and the snow, and the hours. And here is the gift the mountain gave this famous man, the one thing all his fame could never buy him. Up there, nobody was impressed. Nobody on that cold hillside cared that he'd written some of the most beloved songs in the language. He was just the old novice who was, by the other monks' fond report, not even especially good at sitting still. They teased him for a wandering mind. Do you know what a mercy that is? To a person who has been somebody for 40 years. To be nobody in particular, in the snow, at 2:30 in the morning, holding a ladle. He was given, at last, his own ordinary silence. They even folded it into the monk's name he took, a name that renders, roughly, as the Silent One. And yet, he would say later, in his dry way, that the mountain didn't actually fix him. So, why does everything that came after look like it did? Because here is where I have to be careful, and where Cohen forces a kind of honesty that most of these stories don't. He came down the mountain in 1999. He didn't announce that he'd been cured. He left, in fact, saying more or less that the monastery wasn't doing the job he'd hoped, and he went looking further, elsewhere. And then, somewhere in the years that followed, by his own quiet account, the lifelong depression began to lift. Not all at once, by degrees. A gradual thinning of a fog he'd lived inside for decades. Now, the tidy thing, the thing a lesser storyteller would do right here, is to draw a big, satisfying arrow from the mountain to the healing. 5 years of Zen, and the darkness lifted. By the practice, get the result. Cohen himself refused to draw that arrow. He would not claim the clean causal line. And I'm going to follow him in that refusal, because the refusal is the actual teaching. There is no snake oil on this mountain. Nobody up here is selling you a guaranteed summit. The practice did not hand him a cure on a schedule, and he was too honest to say it did. But look at what those years demonstrably did leave in his hands, whatever lifted the fog. The discipline, the bow, the emptied-out self-importance, the trained capacity to get up at 2:30 and do the plain next thing without needing it to be meaningful or witnessed or rewarded. He came down that mountain, having quietly become a certain kind of man. And that kind of man was about to be tested by exactly the sort of catastrophe that arrives at precisely the age you can least survive it. The phone call, when it came, was about his bank account. And it was the nightmare version. While he'd been up on the mountain, and in the years around it, his longtime manager, someone deeply trusted, had drained his savings. His retirement, essentially all of it, gone. Millions. A man now in his 70s, who had assumed the money question was answered for life, discovered he was very nearly broke. There were lawsuits. There was a judgment in his favor. Most of the money was never coming back. Sit inside that for a moment, because a great many people over 50 feel this exact fork in the stomach. The betrayal, the ruin, the wrong age for it. And the two roads out of it, bitterness or response. Watch which one he took. Hands that could have curled into fists, at the manager, at the unfairness, at a God who'd let it happen after everything, did something else entirely. He went back to work. In his mid-70s, the quiet monk went back out on the road and played concerts. Long ones, 3 hours, 3.5. and everyone who was there describes the same astonishing thing. This old man would come, almost skipping onto the stage, sweep the hat from his head, and bow deeply, again and again, to his own musicians, to the audience, to the whole undeserved fact of the evening. Night after night, people walked out of those shows describing something closer to a blessing than a concert. And understand what that cost a body his age. 3.5 hours on his feet, night after night, city after city. An old man, well past 70, carrying a full show on his own shoulders. He could have played the short sets people would have forgiven him for. He didn't. He gave every audience the whole of himself, and then bowed as though they had done him the favor. The tour that started as a grim financial necessity, the ruined man going back to work because he had to, turned somewhere out on the road into something that looked a great deal like joy. Because he did not merely endure the disaster. That's the thing I want you to catch. He inhabited it with gratitude. A ruined man in a good suit, bowing his thanks for the sheer chance to start his life over at 73. If you wanted a single picture of loving your fate, not the fate you ordered, but the one that actually turned up at your door, it might be exactly that. The fedora sweeping off, the deep bow, the open hands, the old voice saying thank you, into the dark, to the very life that had just robbed him. He worked, in the end, to the very edge of his life. His final album came out just weeks before he died, late in 2016, recorded in his living room, because by then he could no longer travel to a studio. Its title alone tells you he was staring straight at the dark and singing anyway. Work as practice, and practice as gratitude, right up to the last week. He only ever climbed the one face of this mountain, the eastern one, the silence and the bowing. There's no Roman in his story. And yet, look at what that single trail delivered him to. Discipline, service, an ego worn down to nothing, and, when the worst came, a response. An old Stoic would have stood up and saluted. The practice never promised him the fog would lift. What it promised, what it delivered, was that he'd be someone who could stand in the weather while he waited. That's the honest offer. Not a cure. A way to carry it. Before we cross to Rome, a small confession, just between us by the fire. On Patreon, I keep a quieter room than this one, a place where I read the old classics themselves, in full, the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius, and others like it. I, cover to cover, in the dark, for anyone who wants the source, and not just the story. And there, subscribers can ask me for the particular book or voice they'd love to fall asleep to, special requests, which I will do. If tonight's mountain has been good company, that door is open. The link is below. Now, from a man who left his monastery freely to a man who would not leave his post for anything on earth. The most stoic death in all of history. And the one place on this whole mountain where the other trail would simply have turned and walked away. I have to prepare you for this one, because it is the chapter where I stop pretending the two trails meet. They don't. not here. And I think you'll trust everything else I've told you tonight, more, not less, once you've watched me admit it. His name was Cato. Cato the Younger, and he lived in the last rotten decades of the Roman Republic, an age where absolutely everything was for sale. Votes, verdicts, loyalties, whole provinces. Everyone had a price. Except, famously, one man. Cato made incorruptibility into a kind of performance art. He walked around in the plain, old-fashioned dress of an earlier, sterner Rome, sometimes barefoot, refusing the bribes that everyone else pocketed as a matter of course, saying the unpopular true thing in the Senate when saying it cost him. He was difficult and rigid and often maddening, and he was the fixed point the whole corrupt age secretly measured itself against. As long as Cato couldn't be bought, Rome couldn't quite tell itself that everyone could. And I want you to sit with how lonely that made him, because it's the key to everything that follows. To be the one incorruptible man in a corrupt age is not comfortable. It does not make you beloved. It makes you the walking reproach that everyone else would prefer to look away from, the man whose very existence says to the room, so it can be done. You're simply choosing not to. Cato paid for his integrity in friends, in offices he lost, by refusing to bend, in a reputation for being difficult and rigid and impossible to deal with. He carried it anyway. His whole self, in a sense, was built out of that refusal, and remember that, because it will matter terribly at the end. Then came the Civil War. Julius Caesar marched on the Republic, and Cato took the losing side, not out of any love for Caesar's rivals, who were their own kind of ambitious, but out of love for the thing itself, the Republic, the Constitution, the old idea that no single man should ever be allowed to become king. He fought for a principle long after the principle was clearly, visibly doomed. That's the thing about a man like this. He didn't fight because he thought he'd win. He fought because it was the thing that was his to do, and winning was never the point. And it was doomed. The armies of the Republic were shattered in North Africa. Cato ended up in the city of Utica, on the coast, with Caesar closing in, and no victory left anywhere in the world. And what he did in those last days tells you exactly who he was. He did not spend them on himself. He organized the evacuation, arranging ships, safe passage, the escape of everyone in that city who might face Caesar's vengeance. Senators, soldiers, his own people. He got them out. He made sure of the others first. Only then, with everyone he could save sent safely to sea, did the last free man in Rome turn his attention to the single question he had left. What to do about himself, now that the most powerful man alive was coming to offer him the one thing he could not possibly accept: mercy. The ancient account we have comes from Plutarch, written more than a century later, so hold the finer details lightly, but the shape of that last night is unforgettable. There was a dinner, and here is the first strange thing. It was, by all accounts, a good dinner. Cato ate with his friends and companions, and the conversation turned, as it often did with him, to philosophy, a spirited, even cheerful argument at the table about the nature of freedom and the soul. No trembling, no farewells. Afterward he went to his room, and he read. He read Plato, the dialogue that argues the soul does not die with the body. A man composing his mind with the best thoughts he knew, the way you or I might, on a hard night, reach for the one book that steadies us. His household, though, had understood what the calm meant. And at some point, they had quietly taken his sword out of the room. When Cato found it gone, he called for it. They stalled. He asked again, and then, this is the detail that undoes me, he grew genuinely angry, because he understood that they were trying to protect him into a life he had already, clearly, declined. It was, he told them, his to decide. A man could be deprived of everything else. This last judgment was his own. They brought the sword back. And then the door closed. And I am going to leave it closed. The old sources tell what happened on the other side of it more grimly than I will. You can read Plutarch if you must, but this is a place for the door, and the quiet house in the small hours, and the grief of the people who loved him spreading room to room by morning. He was gone before dawn, by his own hand, rather than live one day as a man Caesar had graciously spared. Because that was the whole of it, you see. A pardon has to be accepted to mean anything, and to accept Caesar's pardon would have been to agree, forever, that Caesar had the right to grant it, that one man now stood above the law and dispensed life like a gift. Cato would not sign that agreement with his survival. And when the news reached Caesar, the tradition says he was bitter, that he said, in effect, Cato, I begrudge you your death, as you begrudged me the honor of sparing your life. The conqueror had taken everything. And the one thing he'd wanted most, to be seen forgiving his greatest enemy, the dead man had denied him. It was the one victory Caesar could not take. Now, here I stand at the fork, and I keep my promise to you. The Roman trail salutes this man without reservation. He kept the one thing that was ever truly his own judgment, and he turned even his death into an argument that Caesar could not refute. That is Stoic to the marrow. But the Eastern Trail does not follow him here, and it would be a lie to say it does. A Zen master, standing quietly in that doorway, might have asked the gentlest and most dangerous question of the night. This last free Roman, you are dying to remain. Who is that, exactly? You've built a magnificent self, a cause, an identity harder than the sword, and now you'll grip it past your own last breath. Is that freedom? Or is it the tightest possible clench? All night, we've watched hands learn to open. Here is a hand that would not, could not, open, even for mercy, even to live. And that refusal was his glory, and the other trail would murmur, his cage. Both are true. That's why they don't meet here. So I won't hand you a tidy fusion, because there isn't one. I'll hand you the one piece of gold both trails do agree on, picked up right at the fork. A life ruled by the fear of death is already a kind of death. Both of them say that, completely. Where they part is what you do with the fearlessness once you have it, whether you pour it into defending a self or into no longer needing one. And you will almost certainly never face a Caesar. But you will face, more than once, the quieter version of Cato's choice. The signature they want on the thing that's wrong. The compromise that would keep the peace and cost you your face in the mirror. The choice, over and over, between a self that's approved and a self that's your own. You don't have to die for anything, but you do have to decide what you won't sell. That's the whole of it, brought down to your size. Cato refused an emperor's mercy. 400 years later, on the other side of the world, another traveler stood before another emperor and refused something even stranger. Not mercy. Praise. As the tale is told, and I want to flag right away that this one lives more in legend than in the record. The man at its center may be half myth, a figure the tradition built to carry an idea. As the tale is told, a monk came walking into China from somewhere far to the west, sometime around 1500 years ago, and was summoned to the court of the emperor. And this was no ordinary emperor to be standing before. This was Emperor Wu, and Wu was the single greatest patron Buddhism had ever had. He had poured his reign into the faith, not as a hobby, but as the great work of his life. He had built temples by the hundred. He had funded the ordination of monks and nuns by the thousand. He had financed the copying of countless sacred texts, letter by hand-inked letter. He had given and given and given on a scale no ruler before him had matched, and he had done it, as far as anyone could tell, sincerely. This was not a cynical man buying indulgences. This was a true believer who had bet his entire reign on the faith. And so, in his own mind, and in the mind of every courtier bowing in that hall, the emperor had been building something invisible but very real across all those devoted years. A vast account of spiritual merit, filling up like a granary, compounding quietly like interest in the ledgers of heaven. Surely, no man in history had ever earned more. And I want you to build that worldview up warmly in your own mind before we watch it get knocked down. Because, if we're honest with each other here in the dark, it is our worldview too. We all keep the books. We tally the good we've done, whether we admit it or not. The favors banked. The sacrifices logged. The years we bit our tongue and did the decent thing and told ourselves it would be counted somewhere. The parent who gave up everything and waits, quietly, to be thanked. The worker who stayed late for a decade. The friend who always answered the phone. All of us carrying an invisible ledger, and all of us, in some private room of the heart, expecting the universe to have been keeping the same books we were, and to settle up, in the end, in our favor. The karma spreadsheet. The good person points. The heaven account we've been paying into all our lives. That is exactly the ledger Emperor Wu was holding out when he looked at the travel-worn foreigner standing in his court and asked the question every generous person on earth is secretly, achingly waiting their whole life to ask. "How much merit," he said, "have I earned? Tell me the number. Tell me it was worth it. Tell me it counted." The monk, his name comes down to us as Bodhidharma, looked at the emperor who had built him a religion and answered, "No merit." Let that land in the silence, the way it landed in that throne room. Not a great deal of merit. Not even a little. None. Because, and this is the blade inside it, a good deed done to fill your own account is not a good deed at all. It's a transaction. The moment you did it for the merit, you turned it into shopping. The generosity that keeps the receipt was never generosity. It was commerce wearing generosity's robes. All those temples, if they were built for the ledger, earned exactly nothing on the only books that matter. The emperor, reeling, reached for higher ground. "Then tell me," he said, "what is the first and highest principle of the holy truth?" And the monk said, "Vast emptiness. Nothing holy." Worse, you see, because now he's taken away even the sacred. The emperor is trying to grip holiness itself as a possession, my faith, my sacred truth, the holy thing I own and revere, and the monk knocks that from his hands too. The instant you clutch the holy as a thing to have, you've made it one more trophy for the ego's shelf. Nothing holy. Not because nothing matters, but because the moment you frame it as a precious object to possess, you've missed it entirely. The emperor, now with nothing left to stand on, asked the only question he had left. "Then who is this standing before me?" And the monk said, "I don't know," and walked out. Do you feel the third blow, the softest and the deepest? Even the I, even the self that would step forward and take credit and receive the praise, the monk won't even claim that as a fixed and knowable thing to present at court. No merit to bank. No holiness to own. No solid self to be the owner. He emptied the emperor's hands completely, and then emptied his own and left. The story goes that he crossed the great river on a single reed. The legend can't resist adding, and came at last to a mountain temple and sat down facing a blank wall. And sat. For 9 years, the tale says. He sat facing that wall, so still and so long that his shadow soaked into the stone. And I want you to feel why that image has lasted 1,500 years, because it's the answer to a question the emperor's whole court would have wanted to shout at his back. If merit is nothing, and holiness is nothing, and even the self is nothing you can name, then what on earth is left? What do you do if there's no score to run up and no prize to win? And the man's entire reply was to turn to a wall and sit down in front of it. Not to argue, not to build, not to earn. Just to be completely present to what is, with no ledger open and nothing to gain, which is, when you strip everything else away, the only thing he'd been pointing at the whole time. He didn't debate the emperor's worldview. He just sat down beside it and, year after silent year, outlasted it. And there was a student, the legend says, who wanted that so badly, he stood outside in a snowstorm all night to be taught. But that is another night's story, and a harder one, and I'll leave the man to his snow. And now the shock I promised you. Because a Roman emperor's private notebook, written centuries after and a world away, agrees with this barbarian monk almost word for word, right up until one line. In his own private journal, never meant for our eyes, the Emperor Marcus Aurelius wrote about the different kinds of people who do a good turn. "There's the man," he said, "who does you a kindness and is quick to remind you that you owe him. There's a subtler man who won't say it aloud, but privately files you under debtor in his mind. And then there's a third kind, the one Marcus admired, who does the good thing and moves on, expecting nothing, not even keeping track of it. Like a vine," he said, "that produces its grapes, and having produced them, looks for nothing more. Do you hear it? That is no merit in a toga. The vine doesn't bill you for the grapes. The good, when it's real, is its own completion. The ledger was always the corruption of it." A Stoic in Rome and a half-legendary monk in China, with no possible way of ever having heard of each other, arrived at the identical, startling conclusion: stop keeping score. The scorekeeping was the disease. And then, the one line where they part, and it happens to be the floor under the whole mountain, the bedrock the whole night has been resting on. Because when the Roman gives up the ledger, he still keeps the universe. This is the deepest thing the Stoics believed, so let me say it plainly. They held that the whole cosmos is one single, living, rational order, a deep intelligence running through everything. From the turning of the stars to the impulse in your chest to help a stranger. They had a word for it, but the word matters less than the feeling of it, that reality itself is trustworthy, that it holds together, that there is a grain to the universe, and goodness runs with the grain. So when Marcus lets go of his merit account, he isn't letting go into nothing. He's letting go into that, into a world he trusts, where a good act needs no reward, because it was simply the fitting, natural thing to do, the way grapes are the fitting thing for a vine. Goodness, for the Roman, is at home. The vine grows grapes because that is the kind of world this is. The monk keeps no such landlord. And this is the part that can make your stomach drop a little, so take it slowly. His vast emptiness offers no cosmic order humming reassuringly underneath. No grain to the universe. No plan, no intelligence keeping the whole thing trustworthy. No promise that goodness fits into anything at all. Just this. Openness. Groundlessness. A universe that isn't keeping score, not because it forgives the debt, but because there is no scorekeeper, no ledger, and no ledger-shaped hole where one ought to be. The Roman set down his receipts inside a cathedral. The monk set down his receipts and then noticed there were no walls, and no roof, and no floor, only the open sky, going on forever, and the plain fact of a life to be lived kindly inside it. That is a real gap, and I won't paper over it. But here, lying there in the dark, here is what I'd rather you feel than resolve. Strip the reward out of both of these systems. Take away Marcus's trustworthy cosmos and the monk's serene emptiness alike, and ask each of them the plain question: would you still do the good thing? And both, the Roman and the monk, for completely different reasons or for no reason at all, both answer yes. The Stoic, because it's the fitting thing in a world worth trusting. The Zen practitioner, because a truly open hand doesn't need a reason to be kind. Kindness is just what it does when it stops grasping. Two entirely different metaphysics. The same quiet, yes, underneath. And that shared, yes, I've come to think, matters more than the argument on top of it. So here's the small experiment I'll leave you with to try tomorrow when you're awake. Do one good thing, and tell absolutely no one. Bank it nowhere. Post it nowhere. Let no credit come back to you at all. And then notice what's left in your chest when the reward has been completely subtracted. That remainder, that quiet, uncounted, unwitnessed thing, is the ground both of these climbers have been walking on the whole way up. From a vast emptiness thundered at an emperor to that same emptiness 3 centuries later, gone soft and small and gentle enough to fall asleep inside. In a one-room hut in the snow with a thief at the door. Come down off the throne room marble now and out into the deep snow country of old Japan, to the gentlest man we'll meet all night. His name was Ryokan, and he had every reason to be somebody, and he declined. He was born the eldest son of a village headman up in the snowy north, which meant a life of status and office and responsibility was laid out for him from birth, the local seat waiting, the ambition pre-installed. And he looked at all of it as a young man and quietly walked away. Away from the inheritance, the rank, the whole ladder his world expected him to climb. He became a monk instead. He trained, seriously, for years, under a real master. And when his training was complete, and a career in the temple hierarchy was his for the taking, an abbacy, respect, a comfortable robe, he declined that too. What he chose instead was a one-room hut on a mountainside called the 5-Scoop Hut, named for how little rice it took to keep him. He owned a bowl for begging his food, a few books, a robe. That was the estate of a man who could have run a district. And there he lived out his decades as a wandering beggar monk and gave himself a title I love more than almost any I know. He called himself Taigu. It means, roughly, great fool. Not a fool by accident. A fool on purpose. Understand the choice underneath the name, because it's the whole of him. He had watched the clever, successful people of his world, the officials, the ambitious abbots, his own peers climbing their ladders, grip their positions and their reputations and their comforts so hard, worry over them so constantly, defend them so anxiously. And he had quietly concluded that all that gripping was itself the trap, and that the freest thing a man could possibly be was a fool who wanted none of it. Great fool was not an insult he suffered from others. It was the job he applied for gladly and held for life. And he was, by every account, radiantly happy in it. The stories about him are almost all like this. He spent his days playing with the village children, bouncing balls, picking spring flowers, utterly without dignity or rank. There's a tale, and it has the color of legend, so wear it lightly, that he was playing hide and seek with the children one evening, and hid himself so well, so patiently, crouched in a field, that the children eventually gave up and went home to supper without telling him, and he was found the next morning still hiding, still waiting, quietly delighted that no one had caught him. The one man in all of Japan, I think, ever to win at hide and seek on a technicality. That is the man. Now, one night, someone finally came to take from him the little he had. The story is told, and again, the backstory drifts a bit from telling to telling, so hold it gently, that one night, while Ryokan was out, a thief crept into the little hut to rob it. And imagine the burglar's problem. There was nothing there. No money, no valuables, no store of anything worth the risk. Just a bare floor, a few books, a bowl. A thief who has broken into the home of a man who owns, on principle, nothing at all. In the version I'll tell you, Ryokan came back and found the man there, mid-search, growing desperate at the sheer emptiness of the place. And the old monk's response was not alarm, and it was certainly not anger. It was a kind of embarrassed hospitality, as though he felt he'd failed as a host. The story goes that he took the one thing of any use that he had, the robe or the blanket, off his own back, and pressed it into the startled thief's hands, so that the poor man would not have to go all that way and leave with nothing. Sit with that gesture, because it is the most literal open hand in this entire night. Not a metaphor. An old man's actual hands, unfolding, holding out his own, only covering to the person who came to rob him. The thief took it and hurried off into the dark. And Ryokan, now with even his robe gone, sitting uncovered in the cold of the open hut, looked up. And through the window, where his door and his robe and his few poor belongings no longer stood between him and the night, was the moon. Full and silver, and pouring in across the empty floor. It had been there the whole time, of course. It was there every night. But it takes a certain kind of emptying, sometimes, before a person actually looks up and sees what has been shining in the window all along. And he wrote, and this poem is genuinely, verifiably his. Whatever the truth of the burglar behind it, he wrote that the thief had left the best thing behind. The moon, he said, at the window. Elsewhere, he added, of the burglar, poor fellow, I wish I could have given him this moon. Let that sit. Let it just be there in the dark for a moment. This is the stillest the whole mountain gets. Now, let me bring the Roman to the window too, very quietly, because some of you are nearly asleep, and that's exactly as it should be. That old slave, Epictetus, had a way of talking about everything a thief could ever take. Your cloak, your house, your money, your comfort. He called these externals, and he taught his students a strange, bracing discipline about them. Never say, When one of them is taken, I have lost it. Say instead, I have given it back. It was only ever on loan. The cloak was always going to leave you one day. One way or another, the thief simply moved the date up. Nothing that can be carried out a window was ever truly yours to begin with. And that is exactly, precisely, Ryokan's summit. The thief could not steal the treasure, because the treasure, the moon, the sky, the quiet, the trained and peaceful mind, was never the kind of thing that fits in a sack. But listen to the difference in the temperature, because the difference is the whole gift of this chapter. The Roman is right. He is correct, and his correctness is a fortress in a storm. My cloak was an external. Noted, I give it back. I am unmoved. True and strong and just slightly cold. Ryokan is right and warm. He arrives at the same unshakable place. Nothing essential was taken, but he doesn't stop at being unmoved. He overflows. He feels sorry for the thief. He looks at a man who broke into a hut in the night, risked everything, and crept away with a threadbare robe, while the real treasure, the moon, poured down free and unstealable over both their heads, and Ryokan's heart breaks a little for him. The fool who came for cloth and couldn't see the moon. Correctness about what matters is the flaw. Warmth toward the fool who can't see it yet, that's the ceiling. And the old man in the cold hut is standing on the ceiling. So here is the only homework for the stillest hour of the night, and you can do it half asleep, without moving a muscle. Just quietly sort your life into two piles. What is moon and what is cloak? The cloak is everything that will leave eventually, no matter what you do. The possessions in the other rooms of your house. The money in the account. The car, the title, the number on the payslip. The body itself, which is on loan on the longest lease of all, but a lease all the same. Hold these things, by all means. Use them, enjoy them, take good care of them. But know, the way Ryokan knew, that they are the cloak, already halfway out the window, and the date of their leaving was never yours to set. And the moon is everything a thief could never carry off, no matter how the night went. Your attention, your kindness, the quality of the mind you bring to an ordinary day, the steadiness you've practiced, the sky over the hut, the same sky over your roof right now, free and enormous and entirely unownable. Spend your one life guarding the cloak, and you'll feel robbed no matter how much you pile up, because the cloak is always, always leaving. But move house, move your true address into the moon, and a strange thing happens. There's simply nothing left for anyone to take. The worst they can do is come for the cloak, and the cloak was never you. Ryokan lived out his days like that, owning nothing, lacking nothing, giving away his robe to burglars and his afternoons to children. And his last treasure, near the very end, was fittingly the least ownable thing of all. In his final years, an old man now, he formed a deep and tender friendship with a young nun who loved his poems. A gentle, late companionship of long talks and letters and shared silences. She came to him, and she stayed, and she sat with him as he was dying. And then she did the one thing that would matter most to everyone who came after. She gathered up all those poems he had scattered across a whole lifetime, tossed off and left behind like a careless, happy child, dropping flowers along a path, and she carried them out into the world. He died with empty hands in the year 1831, no estate, no monument, no hoard. And yet, because a friend loved him enough to save what he never bothered to keep, the man who owned nothing turns out to have kept the only thing that lasts. His moon is still coming through the window. It is coming through the window into this very room, tonight, all these years later. The thief never had a chance. A man who owned nothing, and so could lose nothing. Next, a man who lost everything he owned in a single afternoon, watched his whole fortune sink to the bottom of the sea, and called it the best voyage of his life. Let me put a fortune in your hands so you can feel it go. Picture a merchant ship, more than 2,000 years ago, working its way across the Mediterranean. And in its hold, the most precious cargo of the ancient world, purple dye. Not paint, dye. The deep Tyrian purple that came, drop by agonizing drop, from crushed sea snails, so costly that it colored the robes of kings and emperors and almost no one else. A single cargo of it was worth a staggering fortune. And this particular cargo was the whole of one man's wealth, floated across the water on a single hull. Everything he owned and everything he was, riding on the weather. His name was Zeno. He came from Citium, a trading city on the island of Cyprus, and he was a merchant to his bones, the son of merchants, raised to buy low and sell high, and measure a life in cargo safely landed. And then, somewhere near the coast of Greece, the sea took it. The ship went down. I won't dwell on the storm. The storm is not the point. The point is, the morning after, a man standing on a foreign shore, soaked and alive, and utterly ruined. Every word he had ever used to describe himself was at the bottom of the sea. Merchant, wealthy, successful, fortunate. All of it sank with the purple. He walked up onto the beach at Athens as a nobody, with empty hands and no idea on earth who he was supposed to be now. Feel those empty hands, because they matter. This was a man whose hands had always been full of ledgers, of goods, of the grip of ownership. And now the sea had pried every finger open and taken the lot. He had nothing left to hold. So he did what a ruined man does when he cannot yet face going home. He wandered. He drifted through the streets of a strange city with nowhere to be and nothing to do. And eventually, he wandered into a bookshop, probably just to be out of the sun, just to stand somewhere while his whole life reorganized itself around the word lost. And I have to smile, because the entire Western tradition of philosophy may exist because a bankrupt man was too heartsick to go home and ducked into a shop to browse. Let no one ever tell you that loitering in a bookshop is time wasted. For Zeno, it was the most important idle hour in the history of thought. Because inside that shop, the wrong purchase or rather, no purchase at all, was about to save his life. The bookseller was reading aloud. That was common enough back then. Books were read with the voice, not the eyes. And what he happened to be reading, as Zeno stood there dripping and lost, was an account of the philosopher Socrates, the record a student named Xenophon had left of that strange, barefoot Athenian who owned almost nothing and seemed, somehow, to be the freest and happiest man anyone had ever met. And Zeno stopped. Something in the description of this man, this person, whose whole wealth was on the inside, whom no shipwreck could ever have bankrupted, reached the merchant, standing there with his empty hands. And he asked the bookseller a question that is really the question of the whole rest of his life. "Where," he said, "can I find a man like that? Where do people like this actually live?" And the story goes, recorded, I should tell you, centuries later, so wear it as legend more than transcript, that at that exact moment, a certain philosopher was passing by the shop door. A cynic named Crates, one of those deliberately poor, deliberately free men who had made not owning into a way of life. And the bookseller simply pointed at the passing figure and said, "Follow that man." And Zeno did. He walked out of that shop and followed the philosopher down the street, and he did not really stop following for the rest of his life. He apprenticed himself to that cynic, and to others after him, a rich man's son, learning to think from teachers who owned almost nothing at all. And they went to work on exactly the thing the shipwreck had already started, his attachment to how he looked to other people. The story goes that Crates, to cure the former merchant of his lingering concern for his own dignity, once handed him a pot of cheap lentil soup and told him to carry it through the busiest part of Athens. And Zeno, still a proud man underneath, still the wealthy trader who cared what the crowd thought, was ashamed and tried to hide the pot under his cloak as he walked. So Crates simply struck the pot with his staff and broke it, and the soup ran down Zeno's legs in front of everyone, and Zeno bolted, mortified. And Crates called after him, laughing, something like, "Why run, little Phoenician? Nothing terrible has happened to you." It was a lesson in the plainest possible terms, that the opinion of the crowd was one more cargo he could afford to lose. The grip of the merchant, finger by finger, loosened into the open attention of the student. And then, years on, he began to teach. He took what he had gathered and made something new of it, something entirely his own. And he taught it out in the open, in a public colonnade in the heart of Athens, a covered walkway called the Painted Porch, the Stoa. Anyone could come. Rich, poor, citizen, foreigner, it made no difference. You just walked up under the porch and listened. And because the school met on that porch, the Stoa, the whole philosophy took its name from it. Stoicism. Not named for a palace, or a temple, or a founder. Named for a covered sidewalk where anyone at all could stand in the shade and learn to be free. Everything you have heard tonight from the Roman side of the mountain, Marcus, Epictetus, Seneca, Cato, Stockdale, every bit of it flows downstream from a bankrupt merchant who lost a boat. And late in his life, The story goes, someone asked Zeno about the shipwreck, about the ruin, about the worst day of his life, the day the sea took everything. And he is said to have answered, "I made a prosperous voyage when I was shipwrecked." Sit with that sentence, because you could build a whole life on it. The wreck that took his fortune was the wreck that gave him his life. If the ship had come safely into port, he would have been a wealthy man in purple, and comfortable, and forgotten. One more merchant, among 10,000, dust these 2,000 years with no name left at all. The disaster was the doorway. The bottom falling out was the only way the real thing could get in. And notice, because we were just here, a few breaths ago, in a snowy hut with Ryokan, notice that everything the sea took was cloak. The die, the ship, the fortune, the title of successful man. All of it was the kind of thing that leaves. And what the wreck uncovered underneath, the thing no ocean could touch, was moon. The same lesson, reached from the opposite end of the earth and 800 years apart. What can be taken was never the treasure. Now, the two trails do walk together to the water's edge here. The eastern climber would look at that shipwreck and say, yes, this simply is what is. The wreck is not an interruption of your path. The wreck is your path. Stop fighting it. And while you're at it, stop demanding it teach you a lesson. And the Roman would say, yes, and I will go one further. I will actively love that it happened, because it made me. But here they part, gently, in a way that tells you the whole difference between them. Because look at what Zeno actually did on that beach. He didn't just sit down in the wreckage and let the sitting be enough. He got up and he built a system, a school, a logic, a curriculum, a porch, an entire architecture of reason erected on the ruin. That is the Stoic signature to the marrow. When life knocks you down, reason your way back up and construct something. And a Zen master might smile at all that scaffolding and murmur that the sitting in the wreckage was already complete, that Zeno didn't need to build a cathedral of doctrine to be free, that the freedom was there the moment his hands came open on the sand. Which is right. I've come to think, after a long life of my own small wrecks, that you need both, just not on the same day. When your own ship goes down, and it will, in some form, the job gone at 55, the marriage ended, the business folded, the diagnosis, the plan you had quietly built your whole self around, now on the sea floor. When that happens, the first thing you need is the monk's way. You need a day, or a week, or a whole gray season to just sit down in the cold surf and let the loss be exactly what it is, without rushing to make it mean something, without slapping a brave lesson on it before you've even felt it. Let it be a wreck for a while. And then, only then, when the sitting has done its slow work, you will need the Greek's way. You will need to stand up off that beach, wet and emptied, and begin to build again from nothing. Grieve like a monk. Rebuild like a Greek. The wreck is not the end of your voyage, whatever it feels like, tonight. It may, if you can survive long enough to look back on it, turn out to have been the most prosperous part of the whole crossing. And the man honored the debt he owed that shipwreck for the rest of his days. The city of Athens, the story goes, came to love this foreigner who had washed up on their shore with nothing, honored him publicly in his old age, this penniless Cypriot who had given them a whole way of being human. He died among the most respected men in the ancient world, owning next to nothing, exactly as he'd have wanted. The sea took a fortune in purple and handed back a life that outlasted every emperor's. Zeno built a school on his ruin. And, 4 centuries later, the last and greatest student of that school was not a merchant or a monk. He was the most powerful man on earth, sitting up past midnight in a war tent, writing to himself, by lamplight, about how small he was. Come with me to a military camp on the frozen edge of the Roman world. The Danube frontier. It is late, and it is cold, and the empire is not doing well. There is plague in that empire, a sickness that came in with the armies and went through the cities like fire through dry grass, killing so many that history still carries the name of the emperor's own family attached to it. There is war on this northern border, year after grinding year, against tribes that will not stay beaten. There is betrayal back in the ranks. And there is grief of the most private kind. This man has buried children, several of them, the ordinary, unbearable arithmetic of the ancient world, which spared no one, not even an emperor. And here he is, in a tent, with a small lamp and the whole weight of the known world on him. And this is the part I want you to feel. No one above him. No one to go to. No one to steady him. No higher desk to appeal to. He is the top of the pyramid, and the top of the pyramid is the loneliest place there is. His name was Marcus Aurelius, and on nights like this one, he did a strange and quiet thing. He wrote to himself. Not a diary of events, not a memoir for the ages. I want to be clear about what the meditations actually are, because it changes everything. They are a private notebook, written by a man to no one but himself, never meant for another living eye. He even titled them, in effect, to himself. They repeat. They circle. He tells himself the same handful of things over and over, the way you do at 3 a.m. when you're trying to talk yourself off a ledge. It is not a polished book of wisdom. It is the training log of a soul, a tired man doing his mental exercises in the dark, so he can get up in the morning and carry the weight one more day. And I find that unbearably comforting, honestly. The single most powerful human being of his age needed a coping practice scribbled in a notebook to make it through the night. If he needed one, you are allowed to need one. But here is the astonishing thing. Tucked inside that notebook is an exercise, a mental move he performs again and again to steady himself, that reads, word for word, like it was smuggled forward in time, out of a Zen monastery that would not exist for another 400 years. Let me walk you up it, the way he did. Slowly. You can do this lying right where you are. When the weight got too heavy, the war, the plague, the insult, the grief that no emperor's power could touch, Marcus would, in his mind, go up. He would lift himself, in imagination, off the ground and up above the camp, until the tent with the little lamp was just one point of light among the others in the dark. Up further, slowly, until the whole army was only a scattering of orange campfires on a black plain. Up further still, until the fires became a single smudge of light, and then a faint glimmer, and then nothing at all. Up until the frontier, he was fighting and bleeding and burying his men over, the border that was the entire obsession of his waking life, was just a thin line you could no longer even find in the dark below. And he kept going, up past the clouds, up until the whole of the country he ruled was a shape you could cover with your thumb, and then past that until the curve of the earth itself came into view, blue and turning and silent, and the enormous cold field of the stars opened out all around him. He would let himself hang there a moment in the vast quiet, an emperor no bigger than a mote of dust in all of it. And from up there, he would look down at the whole human world at once. Let me give it to you close to the way he wrote it. Look down, he told himself, at the countless gatherings of people, the countless ceremonies, every kind of voyage, in storm and in calm. All the weddings happening right now, and all the divorces. Every birth in every house and every death. The noise of the law courts. The quiet of the empty deserts. Foreign peoples you'll never meet, festivals, funerals, marketplaces, all of it, all at once, the entire swarming business of being human, spread out below you like an ant colony seen from a great height. A vast mixture of everything, he wrote, an order somehow made out of opposites. And then the other direction. Not just up in space, but out in time. He would think of all the ages that rolled on before he was ever born, the endless dark before Marcus, and all the ages that will roll on after he is gone and forgotten. And he would set his own single lifetime against that, and see it for what it is. One brief instant. A blink. A wisp of smoke rising off a fire and thinning into the enormous sky. Now, bring your own life up here, just for a moment. The thing that has been sitting on your chest tonight. The email. The diagnosis waiting on the calendar. The person you can't forgive. The fear about money, about your kids, about time running out. Bring it up to the ridge and look at it from this height, alongside the Emperor's wars and the Emperor's plague. Not to say it doesn't matter, it matters, it's yours. But to see its true size. Almost everything that torments us is only enormous because we are standing an inch away from it with our nose pressed to it. Step back to the height of the stars and it becomes what it actually is, one small agitation among billions of very small and very temporary creatures, all of whom, the ones who wronged you included, will be gone in a breath and replaced by others doing exactly the same dance. Feel that? That loosening. That is the ego's grip coming open, finger by finger. And now, the question this whole video has been holding its breath on since we met Dogen 6 rules ago. From up here, at this height, with the self shrunk to a mote, and the whole swarm seen at once. Is there anyone still standing on the ridge at all? Here it is. The answer I promised you and made you wait for. Because look, from up on that summit, the Roman emperor and the Japanese monk are almost impossible to tell apart. Dogen, who forgot the self entirely, and Marcus, who shrank the self to a speck against the stars. Up here, at the very top, they are standing in the same place, seeing the same thing, and the ego has gone quiet in both of them. This is the moment, if you've been waiting for it all night, when the two climbers reach the summit from their opposite faces and finally see each other's faces in the dawn. The reasoned trail and the empty trail, arriving at one small patch of ground where there is no longer anything to argue about. The self, from here, is tiny in both traditions, and the peace is the same peace. And then, the last 100 feet, where they part one final time, and where I get to keep my promise from Rule 11 that the Stoic answer was subtler than the fortress it looked like. Watch what Dogen does with the view. He dissolves into it. There was never a climber. There is only the climbing. The self doesn't come back down because there was no solid self up there to begin with. He lets the viewer melt into the view and calls that home. And watch what Marcus does. He looks at the whole shrunk-to-nothing swarm, feels his own ego go quiet and small and right-sized, and then he climbs back down. He gets up from the desk. He pockets the view like a tool, and he returns to the mud, to the dispatches, the judgments, the sick soldiers, the endless duties of an empire that will not run itself. He keeps a self. But, and this is the whole subtle heart of it, the thing I couldn't tell you 6 rules ago, he does not keep it as a fortress to be defended out of fear. He keeps it as an instrument to be used in service. He shrinks the self until it stops hurting, until it stops being the frightened, grasping thing that ruins us. And then he keeps just exactly enough of one to pick up the pen and do his work. And he holds even that lightly, ready to set it down when the time comes. Do you see? That's not a fortress. That was never really a fortress. The Stoic self, done right, is not a wall you cower behind. It's a hand, kept, not clenched, a hand right-sized and unafraid, held open enough to serve and firm enough to act. Shrink the self until it stops hurting, and then keep the hands. So there is your answer to the deepest question on the mountain, as honestly as I can give it. Forget the self or fortify it? Maybe the mature answer, the both and you can actually live by, is this: use the view to shrink the self until it no longer runs your life by fear, and then keep just enough of one to be useful, and hold that little bit loosely. Dissolve the tyrant. Keep the servant. The notebook stops in the year 180, on that same cold frontier, where Marcus died still on campaign, still carrying the weight, still, we can only hope, climbing up to the view and back down to his duty. The man is 2,000 years gone. The exercise he did to survive the night is being done, right now, by you, in the dark. That is the only kind of immortality any of us really gets. and it turns out to be enough. We have looked down, tonight, at the entire human swarm from the height of the stars. Now we have to do the opposite. We have to go all the way in to one girl on one railway platform in the worst place human beings have ever built. Because a view this high only means anything if it still holds down there. And if it holds there, it holds anywhere. In the spring of 1944, in a town then called Casa, there was a 16-year-old girl who loved to dance. Her name was Edith. She was a gymnast and a ballerina, good enough to be training with real dreams, an Olympic track kind of talent, the kind of girl whose whole future is written in her body's grace. And that spring, her family was put on a train. You know the kind of train. I am not going to take you inside the place it was going. You know enough, and this is a house for sleep, not for horror. I will only tell you what she carried in, and what she managed to keep. She would tell it, decades later, like this. In the dark of that cattle car, not knowing where they were going or what waited, her mother said something to her that she held on to for the rest of her life. Her mother told her, in effect, they can take everything from us, but no one can ever take away what you put inside your own mind. That is yours. Keep it. They arrived. And in the brutal sorting on that platform, her mother was sent one way and Edith another, and she never saw her again. That same night, this is the fact around which her whole life turned. So, let me hand it to you plainly, and then look away. That same night, the man responsible for sending her mother to her death ordered the girl to dance for him, to entertain him. A 16-year-old who had just lost everything, told to perform. And here is what she did, and it is the seed of everything she would later teach the world. She closed her eyes, and in her mind, behind her own eyelids, in the one room no guard and no camp could ever enter, she was not there at all. She was on the stage of the Opera House in Budapest, in front of a full and golden house, dancing the role she had always dreamed of dancing. Her body moved in that terrible place because it had to. But Edith, herself, the part of her that mattered, the part that was truly her, was somewhere none of them could follow. She had found, at 16, without a book, and without a teacher, and without even meaning to, the exact freedom this entire mountain has been circling all night. They owned every single thing about her circumstances, and nothing whatsoever about the small lit theater inside her own skull. And I want you to feel how much this costs to say, and how much it's worth. Because it would be obscene to tell a girl on that platform that her suffering was somehow up to her, or that she should simply choose to feel better. That is not what this is, and she would be the first and fiercest to say so. What she discovered was narrower and far more durable than that. Not that the horror didn't matter, it mattered beyond words. But that even there, even at the very bottom of what human beings can do to each other, there remained 1 square inch of ground that was hers, what she did, on the inside, with what was being done to her. They could not conscript her mind into becoming what they wanted it to become. That inch was the whole of her freedom. and it turned out to be enough to survive on. She danced her way through those minutes on a stage that existed only in her mind, and she lived. She survived the war in the space of about a year. Surviving the survival would take her another 30. She came out of it barely alive, pulled, near the end, from among bodies that a soldier assumed were all dead, one hand moving just enough to be seen. Her back was broken. Her family, most of it, was gone. And she carried out of that place a wound that does not show on any X-ray and does not heal on any schedule. She did what so many survivors did. She built a new life on top of the old one and sealed the door. She married. She emigrated to America, to a new country and a new language and a new name for who she was going to be now. And for decades, she did not talk about it. Not really. The past sat in a locked room inside her, and because it was locked and unspoken, it did what locked and unspoken things always do. It ran everything from behind the door. The flashbacks. The dread that rose on certain dates, for no reason her neighbors could see. The sense, underneath the successful American life, that she was still, somehow, a prisoner, that some part of her had never actually left that place. And here, for anyone lying awake tonight who quietly believes that the thing that happened to them long ago is simply who they are now, permanently, case closed, no appeal. Here is the turn, and I want you to hear it, because it did not come in her youth. It came in her middle age. She encountered, at some point in those buried decades, a small book by another survivor of the same nightmare, a man this channel has sat with before, who had written that the last of all the human freedoms is the freedom to choose your own response to whatever happens to you. And something in her, long walled up, sat up and answered it. She wrote to him. And with his encouragement, she did a thing that must have seemed impossible from inside that locked American life. She went back to school. A grown woman with a husband and children and a whole ordinary life already built. She went back and earned a doctorate in psychology, and she earned it at the age of 51. 51 years old, starting the real work of her life. And then she became a therapist, and she began, at last, to take the one terrible thing she understood better than almost anyone alive: how a human being survives the unsurvivable, and turn it into medicine for other people. She treated soldiers home from their own wars. She treated the traumatized, the haunted, the ones convinced that what had been done to them was now simply the whole of who they were. She had been there. She could reach them from the inside. It is not too late. Hold on to that, whatever your locked room is. She is the standing proof, right there, in the middle of an already lived life, that it is not too late to begin. But she had not yet done the hardest thing. She had helped a great many other people turn their keys. She had not yet fully turned her own. And then, she did the thing her patients could scarcely believe. She bought a ticket back. She went back to the place itself. An old woman now, walking again, on her own 2 feet, and of her own free will, across the very ground that had once taken her mother and her girlhood and 30 years of her peace. Think about the courage in that. Everything in a person would tell you to stay away forever, to keep that door bolted for good. She walked back through it on purpose. Not because the place had lost its power to hurt her, but because she had finally understood that as long as she refused to go near it, it still owned her. That the only way out of a prison you carry inside you is, strangely, to walk all the way back into it, in full daylight, as a free person, and turn the key from within. And standing there, on that ground, she completed the teaching that her whole life had been slowly writing. She understood, fully, at last, that she had been carrying that place with her for decades, that her hatred, however earned, however just, had been a cell she kept re-entering, a sentence she kept serving long after the guards were dead and gone. The people who had done these things, she came to see them, in a phrase that is entirely her own, as the real prisoners. Prisoners of what they had done, locked in it forever. Whereas she held the key. She had held it the entire time. The prison, she taught, is in the mind. And the key to the prison is in your own pocket, and it always was. Now watch how the two trails of this whole long night braid together in this one woman, because she is where they finally become a single thread. On the one hand, it is pure Stoicism, pure dichotomy of control. The one thing they could never confiscate was her response, her inner theater, the judgments she made about what it all meant. That is Epictetus, arrived at not in a lecture hall, but on a death march. And on the other hand, the act of setting down the identity of the victim, of releasing her grip on being the one who was wronged, refusing to let that be the whole of who she was, that release is the deepest move on the Eastern Trail, the letting go of the very self that suffering tries to hand you. And here is the piece she added, that neither trail says quite so plainly on its own, and it is the gift I most want to leave in your pocket tonight. She insisted that you cannot skip to the freedom. You cannot key the lock while pretending the cell was never real. You have to feel it first, grieve it, rage it, let the full weight of the true thing move through you, and only then can you set it down. The releasing is the last step, not the first. The Stoic key turns, but only after the whole Eastern practice of feeling it fully has done its slow work. In her, the two halves of this mountain stopped being two philosophies and became one method for surviving a life. She wrote her books in her 80s and her 90s. She kept seeing patients, kept teaching, kept turning keys right to the end. She died this spring, on the 27th of April, at the age of 98, a full, long, freed life, laid down gently at its natural end. And what she left it in your pocket. Reach in. It's been there the whole time. One story remains. The girl unlocked mind prisons her whole life long. The last man on our mountain spent his building, the one room where every single thing we've said tonight gets its final examination, the room where we die. And he built it, of all things, to smell like fresh-baked cookies. November of 1990. A cold night at a commuter rail yard near Princeton. Some college students, out late, being 19, that particular immortality that only 19-year-olds are issued. One of them was a sophomore named B.J. Miller. And on a lark, the way you do at that age when nothing can touch you, he and his friends climbed up on top of a parked train. Just to be up there. Just because it was there. He was wearing a metal watch. I am going to tell you what happened in the fewest words it deserves, because the details are not the point, and this is not a place for flinching. The train's power was enormous, thousands upon thousands of volts. And electricity, when it gets that close to a path, does not need you to touch anything. It leapt. It arced the last small distance to the metal on his wrist, and it went through him. And it threw him from the top of that train. Flash. And then the aftermath, the friends screaming, the sirens, the long ride, the burn unit. And a 19-year-old who had climbed up onto a train an hour earlier, whole, was now a young man who would lose both of his legs, below the knee, and his left arm, below the elbow. The body he had walked in for 19 years was gone, in the space of a single arc of light, for no reason at all, except that he was young, and it was there, and he had worn the wrong watch. Sit for a moment in how arbitrary that is. Not a war. Not an illness with a name. One climb, one watch, one ordinary night that every other night had resembled. This is the fear underneath a lot of our 2 a.m. fears, isn't it? Not that life is cruel on purpose, but that it can turn on a coin, senselessly, and take everything, and there is no appeal. That is the pit B.J. Miller woke up at the bottom of. 19 years old, and the life he'd had was simply over. And what pulled him back toward the living, by his own telling, was not a surgery, and not a speech, and not a philosophy. It was a snowball. Picture the burn unit. It is one of the most sealed, sterile, controlled environments that medicine has. Everything in it exists for one reason: to keep infection out, and to keep him alive. And that is a kind of mercy. It's the machinery that saved him. But it is also, for the person inside it, a sort of solitary confinement from the entire sensory world. No breeze, no weather, no smells, no texture, nothing useless, nothing wild, nothing that isn't survival relevant. Just the beeping and the antiseptic, and a young man who has become, in that room, a problem to be managed, rather than a person to be met. And one day, a nurse broke the rules for him. It was winter outside, a world he could no longer see or feel. And this nurse went out and packed a snowball and smuggled it in, against every regulation, and put it into his one remaining hand. Think about that. A fistful of snow, utterly useless, medically pointless, against every protocol in that unit. And it changed his life. He held it, and it was cold, and it was real, and it melted, slowly, dripping, alive, in his one remaining hand. And in that small melting handful of the outside world, he told us later, he felt himself reconnect to the entire universe he'd been sealed away from. He was not, in that moment, a burn victim, a set of injuries, a problem to be managed. He was a person holding snow, part of the living world again. He is said to have wept. The one utterly impractical thing in that whole sterile room was the thing that gave him back to himself. There is the first teaching of the whole finale, and it sits underneath everything he would go on to build. What a devastated person needs, what a dying person needs, what, if we're honest, all of us need, is not only to be managed, it is to be met. Presence. Sensation. A hand on the arm. Beauty with no use at all. The plain living world, let back in through a cracked door. The machines and the medicine keep you alive, and thank God for them, but they are not the same as being alive, and a person can be flawlessly kept and still be starving for the snow. Argo. And notice too, the Stoic bone underneath the Zen tenderness of that scene, because both traditions are already there, quietly, in that hospital bed. The accident was fixed, utterly, unchangeably, forever done. Nothing in the universe was going to give him back his legs. That was the brutal fact, and no amount of wishing, or raging, or bargaining would move it by a hair. And a lesser story would stop there, in the ruin. But sitting right beside that unmovable fact was the one thing it could not touch, what he would become in relation to it. Who he would be now. What, if anything, he might build out of the wreckage. The accident had closed every door but one, and that one door, the door of his own response, stood wide open, and no arc of electricity could ever shut it. The hand the fire left him was, in the deepest possible sense, an open one. And he would spend the rest of his life learning what an open hand is actually for. It did not happen fast, and it did not happen in a straight line. He studied art history first, of all the improbable things which taught him, he would say later, how to really look at something, how to find whole worlds of meaning in what the hurried eye just slides past. And then, in time, he turned toward medicine. And within all of medicine, with every glamorous, life-saving, heroic specialty a young doctor could chase, he walked deliberately toward the single door that most physicians spend their entire careers standing with their backs to. He became a palliative care doctor. A doctor not for the curing, but for the dying. He chose to stand, professionally, for the rest of his working life, right at the exact threshold he had very nearly been carried through himself at 19. And think about what he brought to that threshold that almost no other doctor could. He had been the patient in the sealed room. He had been the problem in the bed, the body that got managed while the person inside it went hungry for a handful of snow. He knew from the inside the precise difference between being kept alive and being met, and he had decided to spend his life making sure the people at the end got the second thing, and not just the first. He wasn't visiting the country of catastrophe as a tourist with a clipboard. He was a citizen of it, He simply chose to go back and hold the door for everyone coming after. And for 5 years, he led a remarkable place in San Francisco, the Zen Hospice Project, a home for people at the end of their lives. As its executive director, he helped shape what it was. And you have to understand what kind of place it was, because it is the whole video made into a building. It was a house, an old Victorian house, where people came not to be cured because they couldn't be, but to live fully all the way to the end. They baked cookies there, not to eat, necessarily, for the smell. Because the smell of baking is one of the deepest, warmest signals of home and life, and being cared for that a human body knows, and a dying person deserves that smell as much as anyone alive. There were gardens. There was ritual. There was the simple, radical practice of sitting with what is and not looking away. And do you see what's braided into the very walls of that house? On one side, the explicitly Eastern lineage, the presence, the impermanence, the being here, now, right there in the name over the door, Zen. And on the other, the clear-eyed Stoic spine of good medicine, telling people the honest truth about their prognosis, never lying to them with false hope, managing the pain with real skill, confronting the brutal facts squarely so that not one precious remaining day gets wasted on denial. Confront what is, control the response, serve. That is the Roman trail, wearing a white coat, and holding it with tenderness, breathing with it, letting the snow melt in the hand. That is the Eastern one. Conviction and open hand, built into an institution with a roof and a staff and a kitchen. A place that looks the single hardest fact of human life dead in the eye with total honesty. You are dying, and we will not pretend otherwise. And then fills the rooms with cookies, and gardens, and music, and touch. That is Zen-Stoicism with a mortgage. Because here is what he understood, standing at that threshold every day. Honesty about death and tenderness, in the face of it, are not opposites. They are the two hands of the same care. You need the Stoic's nerve to say the true hard thing, and you need the Zen practitioner's open palm to make the saying of it bearable, even beautiful. Take away either hand, and the whole thing collapses. Brutal honesty with no tenderness is cruelty, and tenderness with no honesty is a lie. He built a house where both hands worked at once. In 2015, he stood up on a stage and gave a quiet talk about what really matters at the end of life. Millions upon millions of people have now watched it. And it changed, for a great many of them, how they thought about their own dying, and, which is the same thing wearing a different face, how they thought about their own living. Which leaves us with the one question this entire long night has been climbing toward. When you spend your life, as he has, at the doorway we're all walking toward, what do the dying teach the living about how to spend a single ordinary Tuesday? Here is what they teach. And it is the whole mountain, in the end, folded down into something you can hold. Nobody at the end of their life, in that house or any other, wishes they had gripped harder. Nobody, facing the last door, says, I wish I'd clenched my fists tighter around my money, my status, my grudges, my being right. That is never what's left when everything else is stripped away. What's left, what everyone reaches for at the end, is presence, connection, the touch of another hand, beauty, the people they loved, a little more time to feel the snow melt. It is the moon, always the moon, and never the cloak. The dying are simply the ones who can no longer afford the illusion, and so they see it clearly, and if we're wise, we let them teach us before it's our turn. And this is where I can finally say plainly the thing this whole video has been putting into your hands, one story at a time, all night long. B.J. Miller is not a philosopher up on a stage explaining the two trails to you. He is the two trails arrived, walking around in one body, going to work. The stoic face of him confronts the brutal fact and controls the response and serves with discipline at the hardest post there is. The eastern face of him is pure presence. Be here, hold nothing, let the snow melt in your hand. In him, they are not two philosophies at all anymore. They are just a way to live and a way to help others die, and there is no seam between them. And now, the image I planted in the very first minutes of tonight, the one I asked you to carry, comes home. All night, I have been showing you hands. The swordsman's grip that had to stay loose. The prisoner's fist raised at the gate and then opened across a table. The dying swordsman's fingers letting go of everything, one at a time. The old monk holding out his only robe to a thief. Cato's hand that would not open even for mercy. And I told you at the start that one of these two trails teaches you to close your hand, and the other to open it, and that you would need both. Here, at the summit, is the man in whom that stops being a metaphor and becomes flesh. Because B.J. Miller cannot make a fist. The hand the fire took does not close. There is nothing left there to clench. He lives in his own body, the exact thing this whole long night has been climbing toward. A person who literally cannot make a fist, and who has therefore learned, all the way down into the bone, what it is to live with an open hand. And that is why I built the whole video around those two hands. The worldview doesn't change tonight because I argued you into it with clever points. It changes because you have watched story after story after story, hands learning to open, the swordsman's, the prisoners, the dying poets, the robbed monks, until here, at the very end, a man with no hand left to grip with, shows you, in his own missing fingers, what was quietly true the entire time. Strength was never the grip. Strength is knowing when to grip and when to let go. Grip where it is truly yours, your integrity, your effort, your love, your one unconfiscatable response that no accident and no tyrant and no wave can take. And open everywhere else. Everywhere else. And there's one last small thing I've saved for the end, because it's almost too fitting to be real. That metal watch, the one on his wrist, The thing the electricity leapt to, the object that in a terrible sense cost him his limbs, that watch survived. It still runs. It still keeps good time to this day. And his father wears it now, every day, in solidarity with the son who lost so much and set down the bitterness he had every right to carry. Sit with that a moment before you sleep. The very thing that took nearly everything, still ticking, still going, worn now, not as a wound but as a quiet salute. That is what an open hand finally does with the worst day of its life. It doesn't forget it. It doesn't deny a single second of it. It simply, at last, stops making it into a fist. Act with a full heart and an open hand. That's the whole of it. That's the mountain. And there are, you'll remember, 2 climbers still on it, one on each face, coming up through the last of the dark. It's time, at last, that they met. Dawn on the mountain. One climber has come up the reasoned face, the long way, the disciplined way, switchback after switchback, with maps and ropes and a plan for every ledge. The other has come up the empty face, no map at all, each single step complete in itself, climbing by not clinging. All night they have been near each other and never quite met. 2 trails, 2 whole different ways of being a person that agreed on almost nothing on the way up. And they reach the top at the same moment, in the first light. And here is the thing they find. The summit is small. There is only room, up here, to stand in the same place. Everything they would still argue about, the self, the soul, the shape of the universe, whether to think or to stop thinking, all of that was on the way up, and there will be time for it on the way down. But up here, at the actual top, there is nothing left to argue about. There is only the view, and the quiet, and the 2 of them standing in it, having arrived at the same peace by opposite roads. So take, tonight, what the whole climb was for. Stoicism gives you the structure and the spine, how to act, what to serve, how to stand, when standing costs you everything. And the Eastern Trail gives you the release, from the grip of your own thoughts, from the ache of every outcome, from the exhausting defense of the self that was doing all the gripping. Hold them together, and you have the thing both climbers found. You can act with your whole conviction and hold nothing, not even yourself, too tightly. And they're all still here, the ones we walked with. The mind that would not stop on the blade. The book recited in the dark of a cell. 3 words at a temple gate. A mustard seed carried door to door. A poem in a prison. An overflowing cup at a low table. A broom taken up without complaint. No mud, no lotus. 21 lines from a dying hand. A skull raised at the new year. The self forgotten. The famous man who went looking for silence. A pardon refused before an emperor. Nothing holy. The moon left behind at the window. A fortune lost at sea and called a prosperous voyage. The whole human swarm, seen small from the ridge. a key that was in the pocket all along, and a snowball melting in a burned and open hand. Some of you have walked with me a long time, and you'll remember a night we spent with the Stoics' oldest rival, Epicurus, and how we found, even there, worthy rivals reaching the same peace by the opposite road. Tonight we watched it happen across half the world and 2,000 years. It seems that every honest road up this mountain, in the end, meets at the top. So think back to the mind that met us at the very start of the night, the one that circles at 2 a.m., the things you can't control, the things you're losing, the fact that it ends, what it all means, who you even are underneath the roles. Look at those fears now by this dawn light. Control, you know now what's yours and what never was. Loss, you know now that the treasure was never the kind of thing a thief or a wave or even death can carry off. Death, you've stood at its door with people who made it a place of cookies and gardens and open hands. Meaning you've watched it survive shipwreck and prison and the very worst that people can do. And who you are, you've seen a self-worth shrinking and a self-worth keeping, and learned you get to hold the small true remainder lightly. You didn't learn 19 facts tonight. You walked both trails. And a trail, once you've walked it, keeps walking in you. If you've been listening tonight with your eyes closed, and I hope you have, know that the people who animate and edit these episodes built this one to be seen too. The mountain. The two climbers. The lamplight on the Danube, the moon at the window. They put real time and real care into it, and it's waiting on the channel whenever you're next awake. Give your eyes, one day, the version your ears have had tonight. And tomorrow, when the day takes hold of you, and it will, remember the hands. Grip back where the grip is truly yours. And open everywhere else. Act with a full heart and an open hand. The mountain will keep. It's not going anywhere, and neither, tonight, are you. Sleep is its own small practice of letting go, of the day, of the grip, of the self that carried it all. So begin. Let it go, now. I'll keep the trail warm. Since you made it this far, sleep now, nightlings. And wake up, as always, a little stronger and a little wiser. The story is done. But yours continues.